His brothers and sisters in blue stood on the steps as Officer John O'Keefe's blue casket was carried out of the church, his family following behind.
He made time for everyone. He really just honestly had the biggest heart, honestly, in taking in the kids.
O'Keefe took on the role of raising his niece and nephew after their parents died several years ago. It was a role O'Keefe's family says changed his life.
It goes to show the person that he is. He has a huge heart. Like my family said, he would give you the shirt off his back. Just really amazing guy.
This 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department was found unresponsive in the snow outside the Canton home of another police officer during last month's nor'easter.
I can only pray that my family gets the answers they need.
Last week, O'Keefe's girlfriend, 41-year-old Karen Reed, pleaded not guilty on charges connected to his death. During a court appearance, prosecutors say the couple had been out drinking the night before, saying when Reed found her boyfriend in the snow the following day, she questioned whether she'd hit him with her car.
Outside this courthouse in Canton, Massachusetts, supporters swarmed around Karen Reed, charged with murder in the January 2022 death. You're alleging that law enforcement officials in this state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
Attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do. And no, she didn't do it. No, she didn't do it. This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life.
Yeah.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Why'd you admit to it?
She didn't admit to it. She didn't admit to anything close.
It was like 3 or 4 times she admitted to it.
No, she didn't.
That's not true.
She asked a question. She asked a question, which is very different. She didn't admit to anything.
Did you ever feel you were overserved that night, as they say?
Nope.
Later, Karen and John were invited to the home of a fellow Boston cop. Neither knew him well. What happened next is disputed. Karen says they pulled up to the house and she waited in her SUV while John went to check things out. She says she watched him go to the door, put his head inside, then nothing.
I texted him, I called him, and within minutes of him exiting my car is not answering his phone. Minutes.
She drove home, fell asleep. When she woke early, John wasn't there. She went out searching and 6 a.m. found him lying unresponsive in the snow and bitter cold in front of the home where she dropped him.
His eyes were swollen shut. He had blood dripping out of his nose.
She blurted out her thoughts as first responders arrived. Did you say, I wonder if I hit him? Did I kill him?
I said, could I have hit him?
The Massachusetts State Police concluded Karen did hit John. Argued in the car. John got out. Karen backed into him, hit him, and drove away.
John walked into an element of hostility in that house.
He has argued in court there were people in the house who had a troubled history with John.
John O'Keefe got out of a car, walked into the house, was sucker punched, fell, hurt himself, and then ultimately his body was moved.
Reed was feeding information about her case, not meant for the public, to Kearney, who posted it on his blog. According to state police, Reed, her lawyers, and Kearney have publicly denied being in contact, but documents claim they'd been in touch for months, even meeting for lunch, saying Kearney texted a friend of Karen Reed saying, quote, "We had a great time." State police say Reed had used a friend to get Kearney unreleased documents, photos, and grand jury details, but say when that friendship went south, she started talking with the blogger directly, saying the two shared 189 phone calls, talking for more than 40 hours. We love you, Aiden! That theory picking up steam after controversial blogger Aiden Kearney started talking about it on his blog and in videos, until he was jailed last month for witness intimidation.
He's not interested in the truth. He's interested in subscribers. He's interested in selling subscriptions. He's made a lot of money doing it. You're probably all paying him to do it. And that's fine. If you want to be deceived, look, and half the people in this country do want to be deceived. We've seen that. That's what they enjoy.
There's no cult. There's no crazy following going on here. This is people seeing on a mass level that something fucking stinks, and that the people responsible for it stinking don't even care that it stinks. They're just walking around pushing people around with a big brown stain on their white pants.
Shut up! We love you, Karen. Right here, 100%. You got it.
Hey, hey. I am trying to find out. Oh, where'd the other one go? I'm trying to find out where to. I've got it on Boston 25. I'm going to also. Can y'all hear that? Okay. I wanted to show y'all this. Remember when I think my last short video was Betty saying that she had found the notebooks? Look, I think it was, who sent this to me? Audacity. Hold on.
There were some notebooks found on the shoreline. We didn't produce those notes. We've had them in our possession, custody, and control. One of the reasons why we didn't bring it to the light of our audience. I'm going to go ahead and take the background off here.
Okay, hold on.
So this is what we were seeing. That I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says "Send help."
All right, here we go. Okay. So she said she found, or I guess somebody sent her, or her and Olivia found these notebooks, and Audacity sent me this.
Line. We didn't produce those notes. We had them in our possession, custody, and control. One of the reasons why we didn't bring it to the light of our audience. I'm going to go ahead and take the background off here. I'm going to have to show you guys something. So this is what we were seeing. That I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says "Send help."
Now listen to her words carefully. This is where they actually came from. February 16th. And if you can read that, some man named Grady gave it to the administrator of a local Facebook page. Okay? This was on Facebook on the 16th. Polk County Talk, 39,000 members.
I don't know if these belong to her. I don't know if they don't. But one thing I can say is that we're a little closer to it being possible that they were, because we found this photo of law enforcement peering over something that appeared to be consistent with what we were seeing in the photos that were provided to us.
That's not even near where she said they found the photos, or wherever the photos were. So
we've already previewed these notebooks.
We've previewed the notebooks, like she actually has them.
We didn't bring them to the light of the public, but one of those notes said "Send help."
So somebody wrote, I want to point out something to you all. When you see something posted on Facebook, don't take it and run. The picture of the notebook, for example, took me 5 seconds to edit it. And they edited it. So. Okay. So, liar, liar, pants on fire. Okay, so the court is going to happen. Yes. Is that court won't have to. He was in here. I think you may have to just follow Grant's. What? Hold on, let me check my text. Yeah, that's what I have. But I have Boston, but let me see. Nothing yet. I mean, I figured if I was going to watch it, I would watch it with y'all, but I don't understand your message, Kathy. Can you come up? If TBS, this is Karen, not Turtle Boy. What? Oh, link. Sorry. Hold on. There you go, Kathy. If anybody knows how to, I'm going to keep watching Boston 25, but I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't surprise me. And you can tell, like, she's all concentrating on the lie and her wording. Hi, Mona Lisa. Hey, happy Easter. Feel better. Titanium. Hey. Man, nobody's around in the daytime, really. Are they all at Queen Bee's? Is she on? Grant will be covering it in Twitter. So, what do you mean covering it? Because they'll play it live. Let's see. Twitter. It's over here. Nope. I don't even know how to get to Grant's Twitter. Hey.
Hey. So what I've had to do with this, because I don't think until after the hearing is when the footage gets released. And what I've seen Queen do when she's doing this is Grant just every time there's something said, he keeps everybody updated with, he's sitting in the courtroom and it's, constant posting what's being said, following it on Twitter. That's unless there's, because I've looked, I haven't been able to find a link, which he would post if they were actually, if there was a link, you would think.
No, but because everybody does it. Let me see. Tell you one way to find out.
I know the shenanigans going on outside is them recording it. That's what I was referring to, them streaming it. But I don't know about inside the courtroom. I know you see them after, but I can't find a link. I thought Grant would at least post it if there was one.
No, they always show it. The only time I didn't see it was when his girlfriend, what in the hell?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, it would be the local news station then, correct?
I'm trying to find it right now, and I don't see him doing it.
Let me go on YouTube.
No, I'm on YouTube, Boston 25. I have both the website and I can tell you how we'll find out, because I heard a certain someone was gonna.
Would they stream it? Yeah, could be. Would they stream it on their Facebook?
Yeah, he's got it. Asshole. Yeah, Blair has it.
Oh, of course.
But where is he doing it from? Norfolk Superior Court. Let me see if they have a.
That's what I'm looking to see.
Are you? Good.
You'd think they'd have a live link posted.
Yeah, but everything takes. Does anybody else know? Hey, Unitonica.
Let me go back. I want to look at chat so I can see what maybe somebody will post the link.
So I know they're doing it. Where's it for? All righty. Let's see here. Nobody on Twitter is saying?
That's where I thought for sure it would watch. Watch what?
I have it, but PJ, can you, what do you mean you have it? Can you tell me where you have it? You want to come up? The link is pinned. Hey, TV. Hey, Julie. Well, we'll just fix that.
Oh, wait, here's live streams from Boston now.
There you go. There you go, Missy. Now you're a mod, but you can come up here too. Hey. Okay. If you have it, okay, thank you. What do I do? I can't.
What?
Well, she posted it, but I don't know how to get it over here. I don't know how to get it. I don't know how to pick it up over here.
You want me to? I can click that link and see what happens in chat. Let me click that link.
Yeah, if it comes up for you, then you can share it, I guess. I don't know. Oh, okay, PJ. I don't know how to. Oh, well, there's one. No, I can't even.
I really thought Grant would post the link. That's what I was watching. Oops, let me turn the volume down. I'm playing your intro. Oh, okay. It's Boston 25 News.
Well, that's what I've got on.
Well, it's
That's
live.
what I'm on.
It's live right now.
Okay, well, I'm on Boston 25 News.
I'm going to send you the link right now. Or I can share it from my phone. It doesn't matter. I can bring it up on my...
No, that's an investigation. What we want.
I'm sending you the link right now on Twitter. Or no, I'll email it.
On Twitter. Okay, send it on Twitter or email.
No, I'll just email. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, because I'm on my phone, so I can't do it while I'm on my phone. But I can just stream it from my phone if you want me to. Don't matter. I can't on my generic tablet, but I can share. I think I can share content from my phone with StreamYard.
Just tell me, is it Boston News and then what? I see
Boston
live.
News 25.
I know, and then I see live.
No, okay.
I don't see it. I see.
There's the link.
Can you send it to me in back chat?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Well. Because I'm on my phone.
Okay, you're on your phone, so you can't see back chat. All right.
Yeah, I can, but I can't I'll do it.
It'll take me a second. Here we go.
If I click out of here, it's gonna kick me, and you can just.
1 second.
I can come back up.
We're good. Oh my God. Oh, you okay. Thank you, Julie. Okay. There it is.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
No, it isn't. Here it is. Oh, Julie, there you go. I got it. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome.
You'll see it?
15th, there was.
Thank you, PJ. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Kathy.
A joint motion to continue the motion to dismiss and the motion for sanctions and disqualification, and have those heard on March 12th. So at the time, as you all remember, I said it was premature. So now we are in receipt of your motion to continue because of recent developments. So I'm also mindful, I did just this morning receive a letter from the Deputy U.S. Attorney, and she made it clear that the parties can make oral references to the contents and the materials and proceedings in this courtroom. But she also cautions that only is necessary to further the proceedings. So in light of that caution, I obviously have not seen and have no idea what these materials are. In light of that caution, what I'd like to do is set some dates. I do agree that we can hear that motion to dismiss a motion for sanctions and disqualification. So I'd like the parties to, it says you received the information from the U.S. Attorney's Office.
The fact that this is even going on tells me there's going to be no federal bombshell, in my opinion.
Office on February 21st, and I know you outline in your motion that it's very voluminous.
Holla, Rockabet.
All right.
Evening of the 21st, we basically have had access to it starting on the 22nd until today.
Okay, so that's why I'm going to give you until March 6th to file any supplemental.
Oh, Jackson is there. I'm a little surprised.
Or motion on those 2 points, on the motion to dismiss a motion for sanctions. So the defense has until March 6th to file any supplemental motions and memos on those two. DA has until March 11th to respond. And on March 12th, we'll have a hearing on those motions.
Your Honor, if I may be heard.
I have more of a scheduling order, and then I'll hear you.
I just want to be heard on the scheduling before we move off that topic. So thank you.
Yep, no, this is all the dates that we're moving. You move to continue, and these are the dates we're having.
Yeah.
Do you want me to say them again, Mr. Jackson?
I agree, PJ.
So March 22nd, all motions in limine must be filed. On March 28th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll have a hearing on those motions in limine. On April 12th, there'll be a final trial conference at 9 a.m.
I think Karen is looking the way she is today because for some reason they thought they were going to dismiss. And you're going right along on it.
Oh, they were all screaming it, acting like idiots out front of the courthouse. The total boy treating him like he's some celebrity star. Sickening.
It's disgusting.
Mm.
But so, hey, Kelsey. So, doesn't sound like a dismissal to me.
And on April 16th, the jury trial will begin. So it's a 5-week continuance of the jury trial. So I'll hear you.
Not a dismissal.
Nope. Here you go.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you for hearing me on the issue of scheduling. I just want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things. I appreciate the court accommodating us in terms of the motion to dismiss today. I was prepared to argue the motion to continue on that issue, unprepared to argue substantively the motion to dismiss. I understand that, but for the following reason. We received 3,074 pages, 1.3 gigabytes.
Oh my God.
We've only had a chance to go through a smattering of that data so far.
Every single time, every single time he comes up with, oh, I just got it yesterday, or I got it on the plane this morning. Bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone started this mess.
We've reviewed and looked at or put our eyeballs on the files, but not the substantive data contained within those files. And I would dare say that the Commonwealth is in the exact same position. There has been an additional TUI request by the Commonwealth that the court is probably not aware of. That came in on Friday. Ms. McLaughlin asked the U.S. Attorney's Office, pursuant to TUI, which is exactly the same protocol that we utilized to get these almost 3,100 pages of data, And so we're expecting that to be heard at some point through the U.S. Attorney's system. In other words, they're gonna have to go to the magistrate, deal with the TUI system the same way that it took place here. And that takes not days, but weeks, I expect. We also haven't finished the Bodhi protocol, which is the state's protocol with the crime lab that you're well aware of. I say that.
Okay, so next time you hear Glare and Goofy McDonough and all these people saying, oh, the Commonwealth never sends in anything on time, and it's always the Commonwealth's fault. No.
Say, through 2 years of litigation with the Commonwealth, just about 2 years of litigation, we've received a little over 3,200 pages of data. In one day, the defense was given 3,100 pages of data, and none of it appears to be duplicative. All of it is brand new, and all of it, Your Honor, appears to us to be exculpatory.
Oh, good Lord.
That the court has suggested, although I'm mindful of moving this along.
Look at Karen laughing. Did you see her?
Yeah.
She just says, oh, he's amazing.
I can't do it in violation of my client's due process rights. I can tell the court there is no possible way that we'll be ready for, just to grab my notes, there will be no possible way that we could have all of our motions written on this issue alone, just the motion to dismiss, by March 6th. That's
So
too big.
what I need you to do,
I know, PJ,
is put in writing why.
Sure.
Oh my God.
All right.
I
am very mindful, though, where the U.S. Attorney says we expect, of course, that the parties will disclose orally the materials in court only as necessary to further the proceedings. So put something in writing, get it to me by this time next week as to why you cannot be ready specifically. But I'd urge you to use that time getting ready. Right?
Yep.
May I have just a moment to confer with this counsel?
Get him, Judge.
She knows what's in that. I think it's the minutes, right? Look at Karen. You can get him, right? She would not.
Sorry, but she's evil.
At all without her hair. She has pretty hair, but
She really thinks she's scot-free here. She just thinks that everything's going to go in her favor. I don't know.
It's not. I'll tell you what. She will probably not be convicted of murder, which doesn't mean she's innocent. But all that other bullshit is bullshit.
I think she's going to get convicted on a lesser charge. I think there's going to be...
Unless they have something egregious.
Right. Well, the DNA may be all that the jury needs to hear about.
Quick chat. I want to make sure that the court understands that in addition to, and that's what Mr. Yannetti was just urging me to bring to the court's attention. I don't want to speak for him. He can speak for himself. There is a motion to disqualify, which is also robust in scope and terms. He's going to be arguing that. That is yet to be on calendar, and he just indicated to me he does not believe there's any way that he could be ready on this briefing schedule for this kind of influx and incorporation of this level of data.
So you can put that in writing as well, Mr. Yannetti.
Fine. I just want to put a sort of a precursor to the court. We expect additional rules based on what we've got so far, and I'm happy to describe a sampling of it if the court wishes. But based on what we've gotten so far over the last 48 business hours or so, there's going to be additional Rule 17 motions, significant additional Rule 17 motions. There's going to be additional Rule 14 motions. We're going to have to supplement the motion for disqualification that Mr. Yannetti just alluded to. We're going to need to supplement the motion to dismiss, which I'm alluding to. We will be filing a motion for extraordinary governmental misconduct based on certain evidence that we just received. And all of this has to predate the effort that we have to prepare for trial. So my suggestion, and we'll put it all in writing as the court suggested, but I can tell the court that based on what I know, and I know that the court is operating a little bit in the blind because you don't know what we know, what we have. An April 16 jury trial date is probably not realistic, But I will put all of that, as the court has directed me to, we'll put all of that in writing, and we will suggest what we think is a reasonable trial schedule and briefing schedule based on what we've just received.
Okay, so I need that by next Monday at the
Wow.
latest, okay?
In other words, I'm going to drag this out as long as I can till you don't let me.
Yeah, she's not going to let him. She said, but meanwhile, be prepared.
Mm-hmm. He's trying to bog the court down with all this frivolous crap to drag it out, and it's insane.
Well, I think what he received were the grand jury minutes, but I think she did too. So hold on.
It is voluminous. It is. There's a lot of material there. However, the Commonwealth would dispute counsel's representation that the material is new information. I would say approximately 90% to 95% of the material that we received is consistent with the Commonwealth's theory of the case and the testimony that went to the grand jury of witnesses' statements. There is some new information that counsel will use in their motion, and the Commonwealth understands that. However, I would say the evidence as a whole is very consistent with prior statements made by witnesses that testified for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
All right.
Well, 5%, it's not
Right.
good.
So put it in an affidavit by next Monday, but these days, as of now, these are our dates. Okay.
I want to make sure I got the dates, all the dates that the court indicated. March 6th for the motion to dismiss.
To file any supplemental memos on the motion to dismiss and the motion for sanctions, disqualification of the district attorney's office.
The next date, March 22, for all motions in limine.
Yes, for filing all motions.
March 28 for hearing on all motions in limine.
Yes.
April 12, last readiness conference at 9 a.m.
Yes.
And April 16 for jury trial.
Yes. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I may not have heard. The March 12th date was at 9 a.m. or 2 p.m.?
March 12th, we can go at 9 o'clock and we can take all day. So, all right.
Your Honor, what are the dates for the Rule 17s that we anticipate filing, which we expect are going to be voluminous?
Why don't we do those on March 12th as well?
Okay, Your Honor, we have the calendar that the court has suggested, and we'll file our papers by Monday.
Great. We'll see you on the 12th. Thank you.
Oh my God, is that it? I want to go right to the beginning. Because wasn't today the day they were going to talk about the federal investigation or no? I don't think they're going to do a plea deal. I really don't. She should have. I think, I don't know if she was already given a chance, but I'm not sure.
I don't think she'd take a plea deal. I really don't. Because she really has an ego. She really thinks that she's going to beat this.
Yeah. I want to see what happened right at first. Is that Turtle Boy? I can't really see. No. Ugh, she's ugly. I'm sorry.
Oh, very, very.
And they're all so in love with her. LTL, I don't know if you ever listened to them, but he was saying Higgins was having a wet dream about her kissing him, that it didn't happen. He's lying, of course. Yeah, false confidence comes with it. Okay, what happened at first? Come on. Good Lord.
What? Yeah, I kind of thought today was just going to be like, setting the calendar, to get this trial going.
Of scheduling, but I thought they were going to have the federal investigation turn over everything.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good
Well,
afternoon, Ms. Giannetti. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Okay. Oh, all right. So here comes Mr. Lally. Were you expecting him, Ms. McLaughlin? Yes, Your Honor. All right. I'm sorry. I would not have started.
why was Turtle Boy even there? He wasn't required to be there.
No, he was there this morning. He had a court date and they canceled it.
Oh, that's right. But someone said he had to leave because his victim showed up. And he's not allowed around, because of the protection order.
I don't know. Well, no, there was no hearing. He was out in front of the courthouse.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I turned it off. I can't.
Yeah, I couldn't listen to him anymore.
Okay.
A joint motion to continue the motion to dismiss and the motion for sanctions and disqualification and have those heard on March 12th.
Okay, so they did both of them mutual.
I'll remember I said it was premature.
Motion to continue.
So now we are in receipt.
Yeah, they did that a couple weeks, last week, wasn't it?
To continue because of recent developments. So I'm also mindful, I did just this morning receive a letter from the Deputy U.S. Attorney, and she made it clear that the parties can make oral references to the contents and the materials and proceedings in this courtroom. But she also cautions that only is necessary to further the proceedings. So in light of that caution, I obviously have not seen and have no idea what these materials are. In light of that caution, what I'd like to do is set some dates. I do agree that we can hear that motion to dismiss and motion for sanctions and
Those things they don't want discussed or put out.
I really don't understand.
Proceed with caution. That's what it sounds like. It's very limited in what you can say or use.
I don't know what's going on with this.
So maybe there is an active investigation. Who knows?
There is. All right. I have no control now. I can't pause it or anything. I don't know what happened. Maybe because it's not live anymore. So what she's saying, or what I understood, is that they did get they got information from the U.S. Attorney, and they said to proceed with caution the materials within the letters or whatever. But I don't know. Let's look up this.
So I don't think they're going to allow much of it in, and it's what it sounds like.
That's what's in the federal investigation. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see real quick.
Which makes me think, is there going to be federal charges coming?
No, there's not.
No.
Well, I think, would there still be a a trial for her? Here, let's see what she said. I can't stand her. That's what they're doing. I guess she didn't go over the trial. Otherwise, I cannot. I was looking to see if Melanie Little went over it.
I'm not familiar. Is she good?
No, can't stand her.
Oh.
He is live. Okay. I asked him to hold on.
Now they should have showed the disappointment when there wasn't a dismissal. I can't believe I even thought there was going to be one.
Hold on. What?
I can't even believe anybody thought there was going to be a dismissal today.
No, I didn't think there was going to be a dismissal.
Oh.
I thought we were going to talk about whether they had received the files from the federal. I didn't think there's never going to be a dismissal.
Yeah. Well, that's what the crowd was, saying.
They don't watch trials. Every single trial does a motion to dismiss like 5 times.
That's what I tried to tell him. What are you getting so excited about? This is standard.
Yeah.
Everything is standard because you're worried about all the stuff that has happened to badly influence or try to influence things. That's what they need to worry about.
Yeah. I'm going to see if he had anything to say about it.
Under Reed's SUV. The documents also paint a picture of relationship turmoil. So this gives us a pretty strong indication of the accident recreation. So
did you ever watch him?
This suggests that John
because of you I found him.
Backed into John in the midsection, doing trauma damage to those organs that is noted in the autopsy. And for the DNA and the glass pieces to get underneath the vehicle, so it must have went over him enough. And now, according to the prosecution's this brief description in September document, they said she didn't stop. So she somehow swept through him, crashing through him, and never hit the brakes. And his arm must have went underneath the SUV, causing the wounds on the arm. I would assume, unless they were caused by the taillight piece there, but he actually did get under there with the glass, and most of the cocktail glass ended up with him 12 feet back on the lawn. So
there must be some new document out that I haven't seen.
Yeah, there's he's making a valid point though, because it could have been something on the undercarriage of the car that caused that damage to his arm.
I'm just wondering, was there
whether to indict or not, whether to indict on what charges and not. And they're saying that when they make their indictments that there's probable cause for a trial. So the grand jury has decided there should be a trial. So it's a very heavy burden to show that some evidence that was presented to that grand jury was corrupted in a way that would change what they. All right. And we got on Fox, we got on NBC too. Yeah, just when I go into these tabs, I refresh it to see if it's coming up. This brief description in September document, they said she didn't stop. So she somehow swept through him, crashing through him, and never hit the brakes, and his arm must have went underneath.
Okay,
the
so
SUV.
he's talking about September. I want to see what he says about the trial.
The DA has until March 11th to respond.
Hearing.
We've only had a chance to go through Rule 14 motions.
Filing all motions.
If you delay something by months or years, you have witnesses, and it becomes harder for them to remember exactly things that may have happened. So generally, the process is for the defense teams to try to get delays, and they're going to misdescribe things, and it's just the way it goes. So they're talking about, so the state is asking for some more TUI evidence, but it may be some minor thing. We don't really know what it is. It's probably something that was indicated inside the stash that they did turn over, but that was not in the stash. So they looked at that. It may be something innocent. We don't know what it is.
So if you've heard of the TUI process they keep talking about, that's when the government asks another government branch it's like a FOIA for us. Like when we turn in a FOIA to try to get information from the government. It's like, so it's like the DA would ask in this case, it's the Oversight Committee. I forget what they're called, OUSA or something. That's who they're trying, just investigative branch that investigates like law enforcement, I believe. And so that's what they're trying to do. That's what a TUI thing is.
Okay.
To me, another interesting aspect of this is that the feds sent the deputy secretary or whatever from the feds told the judge today, who has not seen any of this federal material, that it was okay for the parties to discuss this stuff in court, which is really mind-boggling.
I thought she said not.
You're going to have, my best friend from college, I mentioned, he's a judge. He was dumbfounded that grand jury minutes from a federal grand jury would be turned over here, but they have been. And now apparently it's
okay. So it is. That's what he got.
The grand jury minutes. Yeah.
We got the grand jury minutes.
Okay, to discuss them in open court. This is some weird, wild stuff. And they didn't really put any kind of a
I could have sworn
they didn't put any kind of a limit on it. Just kind of a common sense limit for the judge to keep an eye on to make sure anything was relevant. But other than that, there was no limit. There was no limit to what could be discussed.
Yeah, they're okay.
The defense.
Didn't she say they had to limit?
My best friend from college, I mentioned, he's a judge. He was.
I could have sworn she said it had to be limited.
Yes, for filing all motions.
March 28th for hearing on all motions.
She did say, use caution.
Readiness conference.
Okay, so it's at their discretion
for jury trial.
Yes.
But she was very adamant about pointing out that they should use caution because I think they're only going to allow so much, just by the way it was worded, stressing use caution.
5%. I wonder what is in that 5%. Remember, she said 95% is already on the record.
Right.
I do think she's playing Turtle Boy, Catherine. I really do.
Yes.
I think she's playing all of them. These guys are like in love with Karen.
The defendant is
Why do they like the crazy one?
guilty. But in every one of those cases, the defense, especially the better paid defense, but even a public defender, is going to try to concoct some stuff and exaggerate some things to make it seem like there was a conspiracy or there was so they weren't digging into the evidence. They never requested a single piece of evidence from the state. What the feds were doing was simply looking for signs of corruption on the part of the investigators. And although they did subpoena several of the witnesses inside the house, so I don't know. I guess they were trying to do a murder investigation without doing a murder investigation. You couldn't really enterprise.
So the feds have every right to do a murder if it's a cop. That's when the FBI can step in without being invited like they usually are to come in. But when it's a cop, they can't, including Blair. He's so crazy. Did you see he got together with Dietz and Chasing Truth?
Yeah.
Weekend.
I'd seen part of it.
Oh my God.
I didn't want. I only seen a part of it.
Lies. Thank you, Nicole. And Nicole, I've texted you like 5 times, and you don't text me back. I was worried, but now I see you're fine.
Yeah, I get worried with you about that too sometimes.
I know, but a lot of times I'm either sleeping or I'm screen recording, and so I turn notifications off, then I forget.
Well, since I have imaginary kids and my whole life is a hallucination and I'm really just AI, I'm not even real, it's okay.
I sent you like 5, Nicole. We're all crazy. Okay, so, yeah, I made some notes yesterday. I'm going to move my mic so we don't make a noise. Because I was cracking up.
I just realized what the heck happened to my avatar picture. Oh, StreamYard and me don't like each other anymore.
Did you, so you turned your camera off? I don't know.
No, I usually have an avatar picture instead of a K. I haven't had that K since a year and a half ago. That's weird.
Huh. Okay, so do you remember Gabble Geeks from, and I like Gabble Geeks. I'm not talking shit about her at all. Do you remember her from Summer Wells?
Yeah, that's how I found out about her, yeah.
Okay, so she was saying she normally doesn't do active cases, but I remember her and Benny being all in the Summer Wells case. Remember she had the spreadsheet and all that?
Yeah.
And Glare says, they were talking about Turtle Boy and Chasing was saying, I didn't know. And I believe her. I mean, she jumped on it, when he was right before he got arrested, she was all excited that he got arraigned and all that. And then she saw everything he was doing and backed off from it, all the craziness. But Glare says, I didn't touch Turtle Boy until he was arrested. And then to me, it was First Amendment violation. It was a violation of his free speech. And he said, and that's when I started. Well, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
Been arrested by then.
What are you talking about? His violation of free speech?
Oh, I know.
I'm so sick of these clowns using the First Amendment for them. It is not covered under the First Amendment to harass and stalk people and threaten people.
And he'll find whenever the defamation lawsuits start, he'll find out defamation is also not free speech.
Yeah, exactly. I hope they do. I hope they do.
He was so they went over for an hour the recording that Turtle Boy turned into court for the girl that he pushed or whatever.
The edited one or the actual real records? Because I know they're blaming someone for messing with the recording, and that's not what happened.
No, I know. Well, it took forever. For one, I think they asked him for his phone in court, right? Do you know what date that hearing was? Because I'd like to find it. But anyway, Masshole Reports did that record. You know, she showed the one that was edited and the one they played in court. And I thought they played the unedited in court, where he didn't say, I'm recording you, because that's where the wiretapping came in.
I think they had both, didn't they?
See, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Because that's how they, they have both. But he's the one that edited the recording to make it seem what it wasn't. Yeah. And the idiot, his own people are the ones that released the original in the first place.
Right. But which one? He put the edited on his channel, Catherine, and he gave the real one to the court. I mean, the unedited to the court.
I think they've.
Even though, wait, hold on. Even though this went in front of a grand jury. Oh, okay, I don't know if okay, Beer Can Island. If you don't know about the case, you'll be so uninterested. They used both in court. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So that's why he got the wiretapping charge.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a two-party state. And he tried to say, I wish I could find that hearing. But I could find it real quick. Let's see. Aiden Kearney hearing. And it was the last suspended charges. Was it 2 months ago?
Well, around in there, yeah. I have all the documents. Do you want me to? I can bring them up.
No, I don't think it's going to be under document. It's going to be.
I have every post,
what I'm looking for is the hearing when they were playing the recording of him and his girlfriend.
Okay.
Expanded charges in the grand jury. Let me see if somebody knows in here. He was in 2 months. Maybe this is it. Can y'all hear what I'm playing? Okay, so that's not it. Kearney pleads not guilty to 16 new charges. Okay, this is where his bail was revoked. It's for the recording. Assault.
It was 2 months ago.
Okay.
I think I might have found a clip of it. I don't know if they played the recording. So.
Had his bail revoked, but he had a hearing.
Yeah, and that's Turtle Boy blogger faces expanded charges, a new grand jury indictment 2 months ago. Let me see if they talk about it in here.
Okay, here's the hearing. Yeah. These people are so dumb. Oh my.
It says 4 months ago. This 2 months ago was the added more indictments, but the actual Turtle Boy blogger in court for multiple counts was 4 months ago.
That's not the one. It was the one where they played the recording. Let's see.
Okay, well, they didn't put the recordings in the one. 2 months ago was Turtle Boy blogger faces expanded charges in new grand jury indictment. Well, that's easy. I'm just going to look up the recordings.
I want to hear if he turned in the one. Okay. He turned in the one for his that girlfriend. But I know at the end the judge said he needed his phone. But I don't know. I'm sure just don't play it all. It'd be great. Nothing's playing now. Oh, that's awesome. Fuck. Okay, well, I'm not going to fuck with it because I can't find it. But I do want to see.
I'm finding all the clips, but I want to find the part where they actually do the phone call. Play the phone call.
These people standing outside of court.
See, they're clips. 1 month ago, 2 months. They're just little clips. They're not the actual recording, which is what I'm looking for.
Time when he recorded himself at that lady's yeah. And then then he went to court on it. But I don't think the judge played the entire.
No, the whole recording wasn't played, but I think they were referencing certain parts of it.
Is he married? He's married, right?
Yeah, and that's what I don't understand. He was openly seeing other women.
But yet, last week was the wiretapping, one more indictment. Right. Right, Chico. But isn't that from the recording, I think? And then today he said, oh, they're going to drop my assault charges. I don't think so. I want to see what. I want to see what he has to say.
I do have the Zoom in case we don't have that. So the Zoom is launched.
Oh, God, no.
All it's bringing me up is clips. It's really pissing me off.
It's okay. I don't care. I don't care to see it now. Forget it.
We were expecting.
I just want to see, because the way he will twist is hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Grant is ruthless. He needs to be arrested. Look at the comments. Grant is a parasite. Why are they so mad at him? Leave Karen alone.
Oh my God, the stuff they say to him. And did you see how they physically put their hands on that man? They chased him the other day. They did that one dude, that one big heavy set dude, threw him right into the guardrail, pushed him right. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
They followed that man.
Okay, listen.
This is what they wanted. This is what the defense wanted. They wanted a continuance because they feel that.
So did the prosecution. It was mutual. That's what the judge said.
The investigation into the investigation.
And that was filed like a week or two ago.
That they filed the motion to continue?
Yeah, they both did. They agreed it.
Right.
And he covered this already. like a week or so ago.
Yeah. Well,
excuse me, going to reveal a lot in regards to this case, and it's going to help their case in defending Karen Reed. It's going to help the defense's case in exonerating Karen Reed. So this was not, as we like to call in the true crime community, a big fat nothing burger. That's
why does he have to do that? Why is it the people that are Karen Reed is innocent, which Galera kept saying when yesterday or Saturday or whenever he was in the Cool Girls chat that like he was so sweet and nice. Look, they're in there now.
It's not what this is. Even though it's a continuance, the defense got what they wanted. If you are someone who believes Karen Reed is innocent, this is a good thing because we're talking about 3,100 pages. 3,100 pages, not to mention all the metadata that they said that they have to go through. So we're talking.
And then that whole thing about they were going, oh my God, the iPhone is gone. That took for Canton, remember, the Canton police who were there for like 2 hours. And then the CERT team came. And then the state took over. And probably, I would assume, the iPhone photos are on the iCloud, which you can upload them with the metadata. And the way that was written in the defense motion, they left that part out. You know, it was semantics to say they lost the iPhone, but they never said there were no photos, just that they wanted the metadata, but they never mentioned that it went to the iCloud. It's just bullshit.
Yeah. And he doesn't mention either that most of the information is already been out from day one. They have it all.
Yeah, all they were missing was the Google Nest.
Yeah.
So there was nothing else the last time they were on there.
Federal investigation that
Kiko, if he believes all this shit that he says, then he's an idiot. I would rather he just, like on the down low says, I don't really believe it, but but he always like gives himself wiggle room. My opinion is she's guilty of either manslaughter or murder. My opinion is no part of this case involves a conspiracy. Now, one thing I will caveat that with is the red piece of tail light bothers me. The bigger one, that bothers me. So just like with OJ, maybe they wanted to put weren't they blaming the bloody glove, said it was planted?
Yeah, and the sock. Yeah, the glove at the guest house outside the window in the walkway.
I have heard several cases where they will put a little extra in there just to make sure.
Oh, I don't doubt their claims. Unfortunately, there are dirty police officers. I mean, it's part of life. It's
But I think she still hit him.
Yeah, in this case, I don't think it's a setup. I don't think it's trying to protect anyone. I think they were drunk. They were fighting. He ended it because he found out about her cheating. And they were done. And I think she was pissed. And that's what happened. The outcome was, unfortunately, he lost his life.
And why is it? I watched LTL today. And he said he was playing or was referring to them having that fight. I guess he was reading off where she said, I hate you and blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And I mean, he says, so you're going to kill somebody because you're mad at them in a relationship? Like, dude, where have you been?
Yeah.
You're going to kill someone because you're 17 and it didn't happen, but let's say it's true that he told you to get off his yard or stop making noise. A year later, you're going to kill him. That makes more sense than a woman scorned. I mean, how many people have died from a woman that was scorned? Lots more than teenagers killing, a cop.
Yeah.
It was so funny. He goes, who does that? Oh, my God. It happens every day. Every
And I
day.
think they're totally backing away from the whole. They're totally backing away from the whole dog bite situation. In fact, I read in court papers the other day when I was looking at stuff Grant and them were posting, where the court even asked them if they wanted the dog DNA, and the defense said no.
Where was that?
I'll send it to you.
Just tell me where it is. I have all the
It's
papers.
I've seen it on Grant's Twitter.
And I can't believe that Chasing is entertaining the cover-up or the conspiracy. I just can't believe she's... And Dietz, to a certain extent, and when I talked to her months ago, she said she didn't. But when we were listening to... And they don't think that they're biased with the way they cover it, but they are biased. And I don't know how they don't see how biased, because of the way they research or the way they were doing it yesterday was, first of all, when I forget who was telling her, maybe it was Granny's watching, she said, look up Masshole reports and she'll show you the edited and the unedited tape. And Deet says, oh, okay, I can't believe I'm going to her to look for anything. Why? I mean, you have to look everywhere, even if they hate each other.
Yeah.
You can get a little bit out of everybody. But yeah, it took them forever to figure out it was edited. And I don't even know if they ever settled on it. But the way Glera was going, yes, they're lying. She's lying. It wasn't. And then he finally goes, well, okay, Dietz.
Oh, I found it. It says, this is from Grant Ellis. Accused murmurer Karen Reed's legal team confirmed on the court record they are not seeking any dog DNA testing of any kind in regards to the case surrounding deceased police officer John O'Keefe. The dog bite theory was spread for months by Reed's fans, and the original post that Grant...
Is that in a document?
What?
Is that on a document that you can put
No,
out?
he says the judge asked Reed's lawyer if he is at all asking for testing on dog DNA. The lawyer's response was no, comes to one-word reply from at the Boston Defender. Wow, there goes the dog bite theory. But let me go to the Boston Defender. But that's what Grant had posted on his Twitter. The Boston Defender.
Dietz is giving out Tom CPUs. Cash out. Oh my gosh.
What?
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
so blown away that I can't. I love chasing truth. It doesn't, none of this means the only person I detest is the one on the screen. Chasing and Dietz, it just amazes me. Gabo Geeks was trying to kind of stay like neutral. And like I said, I 100% do not buy the conspiracy theory that he ever went in the house and someone clubbed him and then threw him in the front yard. It's not a thing.
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe he ever made it in the house.
No, I think she ran over him. Same, just what Yellow Cabin was describing from whatever documents he was looking at. She clipped him. He went 12 feet. I think he probably hit his head either on the fire hydrant or even just going back that hard would bust your head open, And the scratches were from the undercarriage. I don't know. The taillight will always, until I hear what broke it, it would be hard to break. Like, I can't see how his head can't see a theory for how his head would have hit it. You know, because he's too tall. I just don't get that part. I don't get it. That's why I'm saying I'm leaving open the possibility that Proctor did take a piece of it and put it in the snow. But then there's all the pieces in his shirt. How would that happen? You're going to tell me the ME released it to him, to Proctor? I don't think so. I just don't think so.
It doesn't. I that's why this is one trial I am actually looking forward to.
Who was I watching earlier?
Because they've got to have something more. I mean, I've been on a lot of accident scenes out in the field running as a medic, and yeah, to me, his injuries were always consistent with being hit, being run over.
Yeah.
I've seen enough of them. And I've treated dog bites. It didn't look like a dog bite. So
let me find something else here. I'll tell you, this other guy, I don't know if you've seen him. Yeah, they're still alive.
Okay, I sent you on that link to that, what I was just showing you from Grant's page.
How we doing, man?
Where did you put it?
I had to do it on Twitter because I'm on my I can't do it from my phone.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So I can only do it on this generic tablet.
Okay. Now where is it? Were they? Okay, so he just did the. Okay. Corner. I can't type to save my life. I swear to God. I can look right at it and still not get it. Look.
I just can't wait till I can get something where I can do all this from and not have to have two things running. Because if I try to do anything on my phone while I'm on StreamYard, it kicks me.
How is he live on two different things?
Oh, you can stream on multiple platforms at the same time.
I'm on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at YouTube. I'm not on any other platform.
Oh, well, he is, though. He's showing you that he's streaming. Yeah.
Okay. They're both on YouTube. But I wanted to see the guy that came on first this morning. Oh, there he is. Why am I looking at him here, but I can't? There he is. This guy is just, oh my God.
Where did you get, who's this? The innocent file? Innocent unless proven guilty. Okay.
What?
Is that his name? Innocent unless proven guilty? Is that his channel?
Sean McDonough.
Oh, that's who that is. Okay.
Okay,
Gotcha.
I want to listen real quick after the trial.
Oh yeah, we can see Olivia. Not just Olivia. Everyone dumped on the last night this morning.
You can't understand shit these guys say.
Olivia and just Joey. Joey, that guy. Whoa, my goodness. He came out firing.
Yeah.
I woke up this
I loved
morning.
it.
Oh my God. Look at this.
So right, so I got the original as well. So basically this says, if there was anything damning, it would have been brought up in court or alluded to in the press following the hearing. Didn't happen, just making Turtle Boy and Sean look dumb and disingenuous. And then that was sent to me. Apparently that was on Kevin's channel. So he was discussing it. I don't really care what he's going to say.
Because if there was anything damning, it would have been brought up in court or alluded to in the presser following the hearing. Didn't happen. Oh, they must have had a presser. Just making Turtle Boy and Sean look dumb and disingenuous. I don't know how anyone could do that other than them. But I don't see a presser. Anyway, go ahead.
But it sent to me, so I thought I'd just show you. It's got cut off a little bit, but I've got the original. It says, if there was anything damning, it would have been brought up in court or alluded to in the press following the hearing. Didn't happen, just making Turtle Boy and Sean look dumb and disingenuous. How the fuck did you get that from that? How can you get you looking dumb from what just happened today? I don't get it.
Is that new? Is that new? Because I'll tell you why.
It's new.
Okay? No one is going to give any press conference, no one's going to tip their hand because they're under a strict protective order not to. You heard what the judge said. I'm happy to report that I talked to the deputy attorney general down at Main Justice, downtown in DC, right? That we can talk about this information in general terms, right? They can't give up the document, right? No one's going to talk about it. But I'll tell you right now, what Jackson said, coupled with what Yannetti said, how can anyone go on their content created channel like Kevin and discount what just happened in court? And by the way, a feeble response from the prosecution. Feeble.
Rack off, yeah. I don't know what Kevin's response was to that message, by the way. He could have.
Anyway, that guy's a jerk.
He's insane.
Yeah, he says they had Morrissey's office wiretapped, that the feds did, which is bullshit. And now Turtle Boy this morning said he's going to play, hey, Rowena, he's going to play Natalie talking to Tully when Tully went to California to get the information from her. How would he get that? How would he get that recording where she tells him all about how she was the in-between Karen and Turtle Boy and sending the grand jury information, blah, blah, blah. How would he have that recording? I don't understand.
Yeah. There's a lot that I think that's going to come out that may actually surprise some people.
Can you put these channel links in description for later? Okay. Which ones though? Because I really didn't play anything worth watching. I mean, I could. Glare, I don't even think it's worth watching, but the one this weekend though, it was 10 hours long. I'm probably watched 7 hours of it because I was just blown away at how Glare acts like he's so neutral, and he has never said she's innocent. He's never said anyone murdered him in the house.
What? His hashtags are free Karen Reed.
I know.
He's done how many videos?
Is something happened to someone?
No, she lost her brother to a drunk driver. I've lost people because of a drunk driver. So this,
I know. And Betty has had two, and I know people that have had them, but
yeah,
two drunk driving to me, that's like, oh yeah, I was waving my gun, but I was shooting it, but I didn't hit anybody. It's the same as drunk driving.
Mm-hmm.
You could kill someone. It's like my mother still drives, and they should take her license away. They used to, because I remember when my grandmother couldn't renew her license after a certain age. But then some people can still drive. My mother's never been able to drive. How long did Glare?
Mine either. So
no, she could never drive, and now it's like, I wouldn't get in the car with her. Let's see.
We're terrible.
How y'all want to watch some of it? It was hours. Let me see.
Yeah, he does go on for hours and hours.
I just want to get to the part where they were talking. It was so funny. And again, I have nothing against anyone that has their beliefs. Some of the stuff, it's like you're doing bias, and you don't know, confirmation bias, and you don't even realize it. And I do it, but you have to stop and think about what you're doing. Hold on.
in my opinion, they absolutely are harassing.
Oh, I guess this was put up for.
All right, let me just.
We were going to have, let's see, the taboo topics, exploiting misinformation and clout chasing off of true crime cases. I mean, I think this subject, like, I don't know why people said I was on here going after tragedy pimps. I mean, you can call it that, but that was never anything I said. You know, I mean, I'll call people tragedy pimps, but I wasn't chasing down tragedy pimps. Anybody that talks about true crime, media, print media, all media, journalists, bloggers, all of them would be called. I mean, look at the size of true crime right now. Look at, is it Wondra? The big platform of podcasts about true crime?
Yeah.
All of them would be considered tragedy pimps because they all make a killing. Discovery Channel, all of them make a killing off of victims because there's such a demand for it. The only people, what I consider, if you want to say tragedy pimp, is when they're doing it based on a lie, when they're railroading somebody, when they're hurting other people, you know, just to make the money, like Summer Wells.
Yeah. That's exploitation.
All of it is because we don't know anything. We have no idea. She wandered off, or there's no evidence of foul play. There's no evidence she was abducted. The most likely scenario is that she wandered off, and that came from the TBI. There's no evidence of anything.
Well, Betty says she's going to make things happen in that case.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. She wants a determination in that case. She wants Summer declared.
She wants her declared dead.
Mm-hmm.
Does she think that's up to her to even that to come out of her mouth?
She does.
She's dangerous. She needs to go back to wherever she was for 10 years when she wasn't doing anything.
Just read from my phone here.
Let me see when Glare comes on. Here he is.
Why is there a problem? Someone has looked at the evidence and all info.
Did I hit the ground with Tennessee?
Is guilty of this crime so far, and I'm still not completely.
And Crime Solution. Do you remember her? She used to be Crime Time and Coffee or something like that.
The one they call Bangs.
Yeah. Are you eating something?
No, I was doing a craft on mute. Sorry.
Oh, okay, because it was really loud. Okay.
It's missing the possibility that she's guilty.
Y'all see when I'm playing?
I'm very public about that. I say that all the time. And I don't have a
People only hear what they want to hear, though.
Right.
You know, and you support Turtle Boy allegedly. So,
Kathy, can you see what I'm playing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I do. Well,
sorry, I was making my son's birthday invitations.
Oh, okay.
As a in his position of this, I don't know anything about Turtle Boy prior to the Karen Reed John O'Keefe case. But I don't think that he, when you look at the circumstances in which he was.
Julie says you would have to be willing to believe that Candace and Don not only fooled the TBI, they covered up. Okay. Those two, if anything was going to come out, it would have come out by now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, who's sick? Who's Rowena sing? I gotta try to keep up. Geet's life was derailed. Karen Reed. Well, were they? Now, this case, Turtle Boy is an absolute tragedy pimp.
Mm.
He rarely mentions John O'Keefe. You would have to believe that Candace and Don not only fooled the TBI, covered up evidence, and kept their mouth shut to believe they did anything to her physically.
Yeah, and I don't believe that.
Yeah,
I don't think they're capable.
The only good thing about Bangs, though, on this, because I feel the same, is she kept challenging Blair, and it was really pissing him off.
Locked up for.
It's in the chat.
My issue with that is that there was a law that was applied to lock him up that is unconstitutional to me.
See,
And free speech is a big deal to me. So that's why I support Turtle Boy.
Everything is, he doesn't like the law. Yeah, it's a law, but they shouldn't have done it. Every single thing.
As far as what he's going through.
Yeah, because
I don't
he
know-
doesn't like
I
it.
don't know anything about him.
Right.
I don't care to know anything about him personally, if I'm being honest. But the bottom line is that he's directly involved in this case for a few reasons. But one of those reasons that can't be overlooked is that he is solely responsible for a lot of the information that is causing all of us to ask questions in regards to this case. He's responsible for doing that sleuthing and digging, and even some of his discoveries are being used by the defense.
He didn't discover shit. That's the thing. She was hand feeding him everything he was writing about. She was giving him, Karen was giving him the names, the grand jury information, what they were talking about. And when he started going after people, she knew it. You know what I mean? It's like, now go after this one, go after that one. Free speech is a big deal. So is okay, I just dropped everything. So is witness intimidation. And it happens all the time. To rape victims, they get intimidated. Do we just want to drop that? Hey, T. Marie.
T. Murray.
Did you hear?
He was not only in touch with her, but with her legal team.
Yeah. Kiko said, did you hear Jenny and Dee saying, and then that heart's in the fucking middle of the sentence. Somebody writes, okay, there we go. Did you hear Jenny and Dee saying still that Don could have not been at work after all this time? Okay. That would have been evidence of something. I mean, if they were lying about that, TBI knows what they're saying. There was supposed to be part of the timeline that they weren't going to talk about. And I kind of think it might be the Burger King thing that H came out with.
Mm-hmm.
Ducking Fox. I'm very concerned that Audrey's mom has fallen for BHB. Or maybe
dear.
What? The one that lost custody of Audrey.
Yeah, come on. That's it. Yeah, that's who Betty's supporting.
Oh,
because she went to the memorial and she's attacking the father and the grandmother and supporting the mother. But yet the mother had 4 children. 2 are now, unfortunately, sadly deceased. And she has custody of none. There's reasons for that. And Betty doesn't even know the story.
Oh, no.
To
She
defend this woman.
She didn't care. I knew there was something going on. I knew it.
That's because she can get interviews. Her and Olivia soaked her into interviews. That's why they went there. I will bet you. She's willing to talk to them.
Yeah, I don't think that's why she went at first. But the mother, which I couldn't find it a while ago, the mother was talking to Crime Lines and Lies or something like that. She did an interview. And I was wondering why Betty was so into the mother before I found that out. Like, it's all the dad's fault and this creep's fault. And the mother didn't have anything to do with it. Then they were lying about, and I'm not going to go over it and find it, but about the making a big deal saying the family was at the vigil, but they didn't come up and say anything. And I don't think that's true because when I was watching Olivia's video about it, the mother wasn't saying anything that they were saying she said. Anyway.
But you know, it all started with Betty because the dad's side of the family put out about social media, putting out the misinformation and stuff like that. Yeah.
Is this
okay? Let me go ahead and open up the phone lines. Give me just a second.
Is this the one? Wait, where she was talking about the mom? Where is she taking the mom's side?
All the time, but
morning?
it might be in this one, yeah.
Okay, Duck and Fox said it was this morning.
Oh yeah, she did it. I just reviewed her. She did it again the other day.
Right.
She really went hard on.
I know the other day. Yeah.
Sticking up for the mom.
Yeah, I did that one too. Hi, Damaris.
I didn't watch this morning, so I don't know.
BHB said this AM. I don't want to write it, but yes. Bitch. No, they're supporting the mom. Okay.
Yes, I'm good. I'm floating, yo. Step 3. Negro, how about
That
It's nice to see you as well.
That's
Good morning,
13.
our beautiful.
Her intro is 13 minutes.
It's all her TikTok videos.
Oh my God. See.
Who else do we have up in the house? Dottie, it's nice to see you as well. Van Lady, our beautiful Van Lady, is up in the house. Good morning. They're known for the way they're caring and kind, for the positive outlook and laughter they share, for how others feel better whenever they're there.
Oh, the book.
Special to know and spend time around. Some happy dudes that feel like they won the case that day. They were happy. They were happy. So we have some really good photos. I wish I could get these in. I'm probably gonna look at the
fucking hat on. Why you couldn't catch me if I saw those two lawyers and that hat was on my head? I would forego the picture.
She really thinks she's important.
575 from being able to get
But is she
BHB's
not
camera. Nice.
Dressing professionally. We're 575 away from being able to get BHB's camera. Oh my God.
That's a lot of money.
And a
Wow.
camera is not going to help you.
No.
So if anybody would like to contribute to that, we've been raising money for about a year to get that camera. We're getting finally close to the the ending. That's me.
Yeah. Look at that hat.
Hey, look at that.
She even
Betty, it's just a picture that you asked for. It doesn't mean that you're anybody important in the case.
Oh, it'll become that. Trust me.
He asked for the photo.
I know. Everybody does.
This is Eric Bland, just a great guy. I don't know much about him, but any attorney that stops what they're doing because nobody understands the stuck and stupid. Most of them have mental illness that they're in denial about. And so I do things like inspire people.
I'm going to have fun reviewing this.
I love when she does it.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to eat me a couple gummies later on tonight, and I'm going to review the heck out of this and laugh my ass off.
Hold on. Oh, here we go.
And you know what's so funny?
What?
We travel all over this country. We got some idiots that are like literally stuck and stupid. We can't fix stupid, right? Sometimes we try to guide, but you know what? That's why I give up, right? I don't even engage anymore because what's the point? They're stupid. They're stuck and stupid. Most of them have mental illness that they're in denial about. And so
bitch is on her bed with those the hell kind of curtains, calling people stupid. You're in bed.
I do things like inspire people,
Yeah, you're very inspiring. Very.
Talk about it's okay to be you.
God, the quality is awful.
I always have a hard time with her because the volumes, her volume goes up and down, and it makes me too loud. Then trying to hear.
Watched everything I went through.
No.
That hat, Julie. It's like I can't.
This particular platform, YouTube, not all the other platforms, but here specifically YouTube. And you watch what I do and what I've gone through here, and the bullying campaign that was deployed, that still is being deployed. It's quieting down a little bit, but still being deployed. And it's just childish, it's stupid. And all you got to do is just do something positive, like say, I'm born Betty. Who are you? Be who you want to be. Be comfortable in your own skin. And then I put
act like you found a notebook. Was that the last good thing you did?
Oh my gosh!
Out a video, right? Instead of people our people understand. I'm going to say our people and their people because I feel like our people have brain cells. Sorry, I feel like our people have brain cells. I don't feel like everybody here is created equally on YouTube. Okay, some of us have a little more brain cells than others. Sometimes that's by choice, right? People just do entirely too many substances and their brains are just shot. But I digress.
Oh my
I don't want to
Lord.
offend any of my hopheads in my channel. Okay, I know I got some. I know I got a few. I see you.
Hopheads. Look at her mouth. Every time I look at
That's a good pause. Don't move. I want to screenshot that.
Can you unpin? Oh, sure, honey. I'm sorry. Thank you. It just looks like it's like musky or something.
Okay, I see you. I can smell you over here. Okay, you've been hanging out with Dolly too much. Okay, you've been hanging out with Dolly entirely.
She insults all these people and then says, "People are bullying me."
Mm-hmm.
See,
Yeah.
it looks like it's white. Ugh.
That's just her background.
But I do believe that there's just, we have to be empowering and stuff like that. So I ended up dropping a video. Good Lord. You would think
Empowering?
some of these people, oh my God, she's so narcissistic. No, I'm not narcissistic, dum-dum. I'm inspiring people. People should be able to be okay.
Inspiring?
Sonia used to work for Doug that got beat up.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Doug
that.
from Northport.
Doug from Northport. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I covered that. I was sent text messages and stuff about the whole T-shirt scandal and the starting a Facebook page for him without his permission. Oh yeah, there was a whole mess behind that.
Oh, she did. Oh, I got to read all that. Because whatever happened with, I think Joneson was getting friendly with her, and they were gonna, I don't say friendly, but she was gonna send her a bunch of messages from blank screen. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Welcome to come up too. Julie says, how the fuck does she not see how stupid she looks in that hat? How? I could forgive her wearing one time, seeing how dumb it looks, and never again. But no, I don't even like. It must have been on sale at Dollar Tree.
I'm so sorry that that's what you choose to do. But let's call a spade. Like you're full of schnizzit, right? You're full of schnizzit. Let's put this up here. I want to show you what made everybody. Well, not everybody. We love that kind of stuff over here, right? But it's always great.
Somebody in the chat, she didn't like their comment.
I didn't even see a comment. She just started going off on stupid. Well, maybe she was talking to her chat.
You're so jealous. It's ridiculous. Get your own life, babes. Get your own life.
Jealous
right?
of what? Jealous of what?
Now, she talks about this, but I don't know. I guess I didn't watch it. Hold on.
I did.
It's content. But go over there and look at it. This puts some people on the edge. You're like, oh my God, Bullhorn Betty, you're so narcissistic. No, I'm not narcissistic. I'm a strong woman that's been through hell and back. And I'm allowed to sit there and say, hey, I've been through hell and back, and I'm still standing, baby. And that's exactly what I did. So go over there and enjoy that. If you want to throw a middle finger up, okay, go right ahead. Go right ahead. This is the Bullhorn Betty channel. We're nice until we're not. We're nice until we're not. So getting on with.
Oh my gosh. I cannot.
Just the look in her eyes is like crazy changing gears. Like.
With the cases, let's just go do a quick rundown of where we are in each of these cases. Okay, so let's go start with Audrey Cunningham. Audrey Cunningham, the 11-year-old Olivia and I, for many of you that don't know, Olivia and I, we went to Texas to cover the border, right? We were just trying to sneak in there. It was calmer. It wasn't as crazy as it was. Being three females, we figured that would be the place. That'd be the perfect place just to get an idea and visit the border now that it's calm, cool, and collected there. Well, I gotta say, Governor Abbott doesn't play. I mean, the streets are clean, okay? They cleaned up very quickly. They kicked the federal government out, and it was amazing how quickly they were able to clear up their streets and stabilize their...
Yeah, they did that because congressmen were showing up. That's what
Yeah.
I think. Was that when Biden showed up or Congress? Somebody was showing up.
The Congress, yeah.
And I don't know where she went that they cleaned it up because it's a mess.
Yeah, it's not cleaned up. Yeah, Betty.
They leave like IDs and clothes and all kinds of shit everywhere.
Community again, because let's face it, these people.
She thinks her new TikTok, I am Bullhorn Betty, is the ultimate. Did she rename it?
Well, she's starting a political channel, Bullhorn for President.
Bullhorn for President? Look,
Mm-hmm.
God, that was on fleek. Look.
I love a good pause. They make great shots for thumbnails.
I know, and I don't know how to do it on my the only time I use my laptop is to do this. I know I could edit better and all that, but I don't. But yeah, she
to deal with all of this. Can you imagine having to open your freaking door every day and see hundreds of people lining up across all up and down every single one of your streets? That's basically what these families that were living here in Eagle Pass, Texas, were having to do. And these are not this is not like a middle class. Like we've seen people.
They're farmers. Okay, Betty.
So we went down there, and as soon as we landed, we got the notification. There was a lot of
There's another one. I still don't know about all the Amber Alerts. I'm in Texas, and I got one that day.
Amber Alerts while we were there. The most
Oh,
I have
that's
never been. I've
fine.
been to Texas before. I have never heard the amount of Amber Alerts that I heard this trip. We had at least 5 or 6 Amber Alerts going off the.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't, Betty, because I checked.
Did you? Because there were like 5 nationwide.
Yeah, it wasn't for that area in Texas, like she's saying.
I know. I'm doing good.
Entire trip for a 7-day trip. It was a little concerning, to say the least. Just on the Amber Alert issue alone, it was concerning. So we went down there. We realized that this little girl was missing. We decided to put some boots on the ground there. We drove 4 hours away. Hey, Turkey Man, it's nice to.
At which time, they already knew who the suspect was. They already knew where to go to find her. The problem was they couldn't get. There was some reason they couldn't get to her. But yeah, I'm not going to describe why.
Well, come on. She gets to ask a question because she only was there at the presser because it was held outside there.
Yeah.
And after listening to what the police have said about how they've already searched areas and stuff like that, her question was, well, there's a lake by where they live. There's a body of water. Did you search it? What do you think after what he just said?
And
that was her great question.
The backpack.
Yeah.
Before the presser, somebody was saying they found a backpack. And Betty says they found her backpack.
Right.
And then a reporter asked the sheriff, is that Audrey's backpack? And he goes, I'm not going to comment on that. Betty turns around and says, heard it here first. They found her back. They found Audrey's backpack.
And it wasn't confirmed to be her, so you can't say that.
And the reason there's so many reasons. You could tell the suspect and he would know, oh my God, they caught me or whatever. But they knew already before they ever got there what was going on.
4 hours or so.
This is today. This is fresh. A year from now, she will add it to her list of searches she went on, and it was successful.
Way to go cover her case. And we still had to get on with our trip. So we decided to take some time to go over to Uvalde and to the border. And while we were in transit, we ended up leaving. I can't remember when we left. I think it was like 11 o'clock.
Okay, Uvalde's not near the border. Why is she saying Uvalde and the border? If there's one Uvalde.
I don't know. She said they didn't go to the border, so you tell me.
I thought they did.
No, I thought she said they didn't. They were going to, and then they got sidetracked with this.
Checked it out, and then we got on the road. We just figured that it was going to be a few days before anything really happened. Let's go ahead and get the trip that we actually went out there for out of the way. And so as we're going to Uvalde, we're starting to get all this stuff coming in. We were being trolled. I don't know if people knew we had left or what, but we started getting trolled really bad. The coroners were there and stuff like that. Now that we're kind of real.
We got trolled really bad. People telling her that the coroner was there. Well, that's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's your fault. And what she's doing is, I can tell from what I showed a while ago, where she said they found the notebooks, but she didn't. That was a post on some huge Facebook group. She goes in and picks stuff and then announces it because she knows YouTubers, most aren't on Facebook. We're on YouTube. So.
Uvalde is 54 miles east of the Mexican-United States border.
Yeah, I know where Uvalde is. I know exactly where it is. I'm from Houston, and it's
Yeah.
about, I don't know, 5 miles, 10 miles from Houston.
Like 2020, I do believe that there were some things going on in and around there because we learned already from EquiSearch that they identified this area in this movement in the water a day or so before they actually, were able to find her and get her to the ground, where they could send her off and have her sent to the medical examiner and whatnot, which they had identified apparently there 24, 48 hours prior to that there was something going on. Now, could they have called the coroner out there to talk about?
Skip to Malou, thank you. See, I don't get notices. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know why. I have 2 PayPals. One's for my personal and one is for this. And I don't get when I don't know why. Maybe I didn't I'll turn the notifications on. Thank you so much. Aw. Thank you.
That was sweet.
So, I can check, but it takes me going into, let me see. Oh, crap. 1 second. Let me play this and I'll go check. because I have to log in.
I don't know. I don't know if the coroner was called out there. I don't know. We realized very quickly that we were most likely being trolled. And so after we just went ahead and did what we needed to do, we went out there for the day, got the Uvalde stuff, went to the border.
No, no, you didn't.
To Livingston, Texas, because let's face it, when we're on the ground, we get very little wrong. People were telling us that we started talking about the backpack and the shoe that was found. We found that to be correct. You know, there were items of hers that were washing up. We also had a binder, a little booklet that said send help. We didn't bring that to the public, but we couldn't corroborate it. And then we find a photo of law enforcement.
Did she say we found the notebook?
Yeah. 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 Police just left important evidence lay there and didn't pick it up, you know.
Find it. It was on a public Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
It was a post.
I know.
So she says she found it again.
Mm-hmm.
Sent to the medical examiner and whatnot, which they had identified apparently there 24, 48 hours prior to that there was something going on. Now, could they have called the coroner out there to talk about? I don't know. I don't know if the coroner was called out there. I don't know. We realized very quickly that we were most likely being trolled. And so after we just went ahead and did what we needed to do, we went out there for the day, got the Uvalde stuff, went to the border, got our border stuff, and then we immediately headed back to Livingston, Texas.
Skip to my loot. Would it be? See, I'm doing this on my phone. 12:26. I sure did. Thank you so much. Somebody gave me one on the 21st. It doesn't always tell me. I'm going to have to go back through these because it doesn't always tell me who. Okay, I'm going to turn the notifications on for this because I'll do that in a little bit. But I can see it for now. I have to go back over here. But I appreciate it. So sweet. Thank you very much. Oh, I know. It doesn't even matter. Hey, Curious. AF. Okay.
Because let's face it, when we're on the ground, we get very little wrong. People were telling.
You get very little right. What are you talking about?
She just. It's amazing.
Us that we were spreading misinformation when we started talking about the backpack and the shoe that was found. We found that to be correct. You know, there were items.
You aren't the one that discovered the backpack and the shoe on the ground. You heard another reporter say it, and then you ran with it.
Items of hers that were washing up. We also had a binder, a little booklet that said send help. We didn't bring.
You fucking liar. Where is it? Hold on 1 second. Okay, I know how to do it right here. Wow. Okay. Let me show you, for those that missed it, when you first came in. Okay. I'm going to share this instead. She just said she had the binder, right? Did she not just say that?
Yes, she did. She found it, yeah.
Hold on. I'm just going to make sure.
Quickly that we were most likely being trolled. And so after we just went ahead and did what we needed to do, we went out there for the day, got the Uvalde stuff, went to the border, got our border stuff, and then we immediately headed back to Livingston, Texas, because let's face it, go ahead and get the trip that we actually went out there for out of the way. And so as we're going to Uvalde, we're starting to get all this stuff coming in. We were being trolled. I don't know if people knew we had left or what, but they started getting trolled really bad. The coroners were there and stuff like that. Now that we're kind of realizing hindsight's 2020, I do believe that there were some things going on in and around there because we learned already from EquiSearch that they identified this area in this movement in the water a day or so before they actually, you know, were able to find her and get her to the ground, you know, where they could send her off and have her sent to the medical examiner and whatnot. But they had identified apparently there 24, 48 hours prior to that there was something going on. Now, could they have called the coroner out there to talk about? I don't know. I don't know if the coroner was called out there. I don't know. We realized very quickly that we were most likely being trolled. And so after we just went ahead and did what we needed to do, we went out there for the day, got the Uvalde stuff, went to the border, got our border stuff, and then we immediately headed back to Livingston, Texas, because let's face it, when we're on the ground, we get very little wrong.
Okay, this is where she says it, right?
People were telling us that we were spreading misinformation when we started talking about the backpack and the shoe that was found. we found that to be correct. You know, there were items of hers that were washing up. We also had a binder, a little booklet that said send help. We didn't bring that to the public, but we couldn't corroborate it.
Okay, she said she had it, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I gotta find it. I'm sorry. I have so many tabs. Okay. Here. Okay. Why do I do that? Okay, here we go. For those that didn't see it before.
There were some notebooks found on the shoreline. We didn't produce those notes. We've had them in our possession, custody, and control. One of the reasons why we didn't bring that to the light of our audience. I'm going to go ahead and take the background off here. I'm going to have to show you guys something. So this is what we were seeing. That I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says send help.
Okay. This person, Rebecca Ann Attaway, on the February 16th, posted this to a huge Facebook group that I just ran into a man named Grady Woods at Lookout by Browders. He was searching by the rocks, by the water. I approached him to speak and give him a flyer, and he showed me these photos of what he just found at the Goodrich Bridge. He said it's not the bridge off 59, but the loop. The police have been notified. Please, everyone, keep sharing. 39,000 people on this group, okay? But she had it. She had the
Wow.
Yeah, it was given to this group, or that lady. See, look, Polk County Top, 39K.
Wow, that is.
I don't know if these belong to her. I don't know if they don't. But one thing I can say is that we're a little closer to it being possible that they were, because we found this photo of law enforcement peering over something that appeared to be consistent with what we were seeing in the photos that were provided to us.
Okay. That is not where she is. This is along US 59 into the bridge boat ramp off 59. So, yeah.
Not even nowhere near the location. Wow, Betty's good with that, and she won't correct herself. And
listen, she's not going to correct herself. This was yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, February 26th, I'm playing it, but this was yesterday.
These notebooks, but we didn't bring them to the light of the public. But one of those notes said send help.
Okay. This guy edited one of the pictures and put, so all he's saying is you have to be careful because people will. But yeah, her and Olivia always have to find something. Always. You know what I mean? So
yeah, they sure do.
this time they looking at the book. How are they? Okay, they were that book. Wait, I'll tell you the date. They were looking at the book. I'm going to go back here. On the 20th. Okay. Liar. That would be 4 days after she says she found it.
Oh, now we're starting to feel like that statement where it said send help in and it's handwriting in a like a spiral little mini notebook. It appears that very well may have been accurate, true, and correct. That somebody did see that and she did write that.
Now
but
somebody.
But it doesn't prove that it's hers.
Okay. All right. I just got an Amber Alert.
Yeah, I heard it. It's cool.
So she continues, but she says they could have seen it.
So had a binder, a little booklet that said send help. We didn't bring that to the public, but we couldn't corroborate it. And then we find a photo of law enforcement.
Wow.
On the 16th, the girl said, we sent it to police. And it was on a public Facebook.
Enforcement literally looking over that very book. So now we're starting to feel like that statement where it said send help in in kids' handwriting in a like a spiral little mini notebook. It appears that very well may have been accurate, true, and correct, that somebody did see that and she did write that.
Is there a difference between accurate, true, and correct?
So you're saying for that is factual, but that's actually that girl's notebook and she wrote that, Betty.
Yeah, Audacity is the one that sent me all the screenshots. She said, well, that Facebook group had 39,000, so maybe they got more of it. Oh, okay. Are they? Well, she's the one that posted it in that group. But anyway, it's crazy that she's going to work this in to she found the notebook, and she's not talking about where she got it. And you can tell where she got it because when the other girl showed it in those screenshots, there was a red dot that came from that girl's phone. It's the same thing Andrea was showing. It's the same red dot. Oh my God.
But she never gets anything wrong because she's boots on the ground.
Yeah, she said that she had possession, custody, and control, which she said all the fucking time. It's some kind of thing she used to have to, or
why don't you just say, I found this picture on Facebook?
Yeah.
Or the Facebook group. Just tell the truth. Just, don't act like you got it and you did this and you did that because you don't know.
It's going to turn into a year from now, it's going to be added to her list of the great things the hatchet that was used as a murder weapon. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
We'll learn more about that.
Yeah.
And we'll learn
as this trial progresses. But I think what really upsets me the most
What?
is the constant
lies. Instead
of just accepting what it is, accepting that they put their granddaughter and their daughter in danger, and have done this in the past. This is not the first time that they've stuck their.
The hardest thing for a parent to go through is feeling guilty.
Yeah.
Like they had something to do with it.
And Betty doesn't even know the details, the facts about their life or anything. She doesn't have the facts about why the mom doesn't have custody. I believe there's more than going on that meets the eye there because of being in the system so long with so many kids. I'm just not that easy to believe that, she was on substance, but she hasn't been for years, but she still couldn't get none of her kids back. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. And see, I would respect that father, start a foundation and talk about what happened. Like, do background checks. It's so easy to do a background check.
I mean, I don't know the facts, what what really happened. None of us do yet, the situation.
No, we don't, but the guy was living there.
Oh, exactly. And I totally am that's the one little tiny smidgen of thing I ever agreed with her on. That why was the father even allowing and the grandmother allowing that man?
Well, and that's my point is people kept talking about how he seemed like such a nice guy and you would never think, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well.
Let's say all that's true. You still, if you allow, especially a man, one with a swastika on his shoulder or wherever it was, you don't allow them until you do a background check.
Yeah.
It's that easy. Like if Betty came to me, if I had kids and said, oh, I want to be a nanny. Okay, let me just check your background check real quick. Fuck no. I mean, I think there are certain backgrounds you don't give another chance. You might be a good person now, but that's what you're capable of.
Exactly.
That man had child what was it? Tried to take a 10-year-old or something before.
Yeah, and they put it down. It didn't get. He didn't get it. He didn't have to register and stuff, and that's what everyone's blaming it on.
Yeah, he didn't
But-
have to register, but he did 2 years.
Yeah.
So
One-
that's on his record.
One of the things that she constantly points out too is that the murmurer, the dude, was so much older than the dad for the dad to be friends with him. And I'm thinking, what?
That's not her business. I mean,
Yeah, wait a minute. You're 20-something years older than Olivia. And that's your BFF?
yeah, exactly. And look at your background.
Yeah.
Nobody would hire you to take care of their kids. Trust and believe. No one would.
Mm.
No one. Or if they did, they'd be, if they checked your background. That's what I'm saying. Start a foundation where if you're going to allow people around your kids to live on your property and they're not related, just do a background check.
Well, I'm just wondering
And be able to pay for it.
if the dad and the grandmother is going to come out and make statements, since the mother's been hopping around making statements. I wonder if they're going to change their thinking about social media and come out and make some type of statement, or if they're just going to remain quiet.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a while, but I'm saying to put guilt,
Yeah,
that
you
is
can't.
the worst thing a parent can deal with. Even if he's guilty, even if he knew the guy was a piece of shit, but didn't think he'd hurt his kid because he's an idiot, it's still the guilt right now is too fresh. It's too fresh.
Oh, yeah.
But I would totally respect a parent that would just be honest about what happened. Even say, yeah, I was an idiot. I should have checked. Make a movement in her name to do background checks.
Yeah.
I would so respect that. I can't respect just acting like, you're going to let other kids, you could save other kids. I mean, that guy should have been, I don't know. And there's everybody around him. What about the grandmother?
Yep. I have questions about all that. I don't know if we're ever going to get any answers, but.
And then the grandfather, I mean, did they know him? Did they know she has an abandoned child imminent danger charge in 215 Audacity? It's just being overlooked. Who, the mother, Audacity? I know she did. I'm going to go here to the comments real quick. I know she did an interview at Crime Lines. Did you see it?
I seen part of it.
What did she have to say?
I only watched like the first.
Shorty said that dad and grandmother did come out with a statement.
Yeah, that's the statement. I believe that they, wanted social media to knock it off, basically. And I think if that's the statement I'm thinking of, that's the one Betty's all pissed off about because they didn't want social media involved, spreading the misinformation and stuff.
Thanks, I guess. So that's one.
But Dr. Fox said that if BHP can get an interview, she'll overlook all possibilities of mom's woes. And BHP initially began hating on the mother, just like she was hating on everyone else in Audrey's life. Yep.
Well, yeah, she'll say, Dougal, you can look at him and see he's not to be around children. I think you should just do a background check. You can't.
Yeah, I'm not going to judge just because you look different doesn't mean,
my stopping point. But, Betty hung around for how long with JLR? And we know the video he did with the swastika around his neck.
Mm-hmm.
This is recent. I saw it over the weekend. 2 different channels. Oh, okay. I'll find it. But I knew when she was just hating on the father and the mother was just, had nothing to do with it. And did the mother never see her child? I mean, was she completely kept away from her? And how did she know McDougal well enough that he's texting her that he wanted to meet her at the lake to go fishing and sneak Audrey to her.
Yeah, I have questions about that because the mother stated what I did see when she was talking. She did state that months prior to this, she had been in contact with him. Why?
I don't know how she would know him if she can't see her daughter and all. It's been 7
Exactly.
years.
And she said it was 2-3 months prior to the murmur that she had been in contact with him since.
You don't have to say murmur. I'm not monetized.
Oh, well, I'm just so used to it.
You don't have to say it.
I say it all the time. When I'm talking I'll look at my husband. He'll say, "What did you just say?"
I mean, really, that's so dumb. It's for
Yeah, it is.
advertisers. But do people not murder anymore and murmur? Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
You murmured my child. Okay.
It sounds ridiculous when you say it. It really does.
Ridiculous. Her bills are under 1,000. That's how she doesn't look into the future and all the possibilities that can happen. Plus, when she loses her parents, who will bail her out? Yeah. I think her dad was just done. Yeah, JLR is creepy. All those people over there, it's over. No one's going to stop JLR now. He has way too many followers. He can start a cult now. Once they get past a certain amount, there's nothing going to stop him. And when he starts doing the whole Trump thing, it's going to be even worse. Even worse.
They put her in danger. We're hearing about this Henry guy that was living there that also has these types of charges in his past.
There was a Henry guy?
I didn't watch this yet. This is the first time I've seen this Henry guy.
Was also around this young girl. This family doesn't care. They
okay. That part you don't know that.
Yeah, she has no clue. No clue.
She thinks this is what the mother wants to hear.
Yeah.
Sorry. This family took this child away from her mother, citing that her mother was so bad that something would happen. Meanwhile, they are literally letting this girl dance with rattlesnakes and nobody seems to care. Meanwhile, the father calling the mother a bee and all other kinds of horrible names when all she's trying to do is have a conversation about their child. It's disgusting.
How does she know this?
Betty, you don't have any clue what happened between them, what this real situation was. You have no idea to be making statements like that. You're doing it because the mom will talk to you.
It takes a lot to take a child away from their mother. And permanently.
And trust me, DCF CPS is all about the reunification.
Right. And this
I went through 2.5 years of it.
Ducking blocks. I mean, not for lack of trying, but whenever she starts like really putting down one side, she's trying to get in good favor with the mother.
Exactly. Yep.
And deplorable. And I'm not going to sit here and let people condemn the mom. Everybody has a judgment thing to say, right?
She lost her kid.
4 of them. 4 of them.
And look at Candace. Oh my God, the skank. Open her legs. She's lost all her children.
Yep.
Woman, apparently.
She was on, what are you going to say? I was on drugs once upon a time. Am I never allowed to get my life together?
But Betty, if she would have got her life together, as you're quoting, and she stated.
Put a one in the chat if you think she'll get her life. You still drink, Betty.
Yeah.
The people I knew that were in NA and AA, you couldn't do either. Like, it's a drug, right? Alcohol, is it considered a drug?
Yes, it is a drug.
Am I never allowed to move forward with my life? Just because she was on drugs, it sounds like she was doing everything she could to be part of her daughter's life. A lot of people don't realize how much it costs to go fight for your child when your child's been taken from you. It costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Was she fighting to get her back?
No. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. All I know is the dad had permanent full custody, and I'm not even sure if rights were, taken or, removed, but I know the dad had full legal permanent custody, and he signed temporary custody over to the grandmother because he was going out to work, going away to work.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's another Quentin Simon bullshit thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the grandmother had to, I'm so sick of it.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is let them get through this and the guilt. But I do feel strongly that if he knew, which I see how he didn't, or the grandmother.
She hasn't seen her kids in 9 years except one time in the last year. And they're saying that she's seen her. Yeah, she's seen her one time last May. And that was in like 9 to 10 years. That's all she's seen him. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Betty is, as soon as I heard the mother start talking and I looked at her, I knew that they weren't telling the truth, that we're not going to get the truth out of her. But because it's going to be, woe is me, and I did nothing wrong. I just had an addiction. No, there's more to it. Because you've been clean all this time, then why weren't you present? There's questions.
I do think that father should be charged, as should the grandmother, if they knew this guy had that charge. If they knew him back then, if they can somehow prove
that they knew.
Just like every mother that allows a boyfriend, they know he's a piece of shit. The daughter tells them, it's an age-old story, but the mothers never face a consequence.
Mm-hmm.
And they should, because you allowed it. I don't disagree with her, really, on this point, but I disagree with right this minute. Have they had the funeral?
No, I don't think so. I don't know if they have. I don't think so.
Because I would love to see them come out and say, just once, yeah, we should have done more.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to make a change in Audrey's name. We want to. But probably the mother will. She'll go and do a foundation and talk about drug addiction bullshit.
Yeah, there's more to it. Like I said, you don't lose 4 kids forever.
And she talks about Candace and their drug addiction, but we don't know that mother isn't still, we have no idea.
Yeah, nobody knows. And that's what I mean.
Why is she talking to that piece of shit guy?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't talk about that.
The nearest corner store and pick up yourself an attorney.
They just brought her body back.
These things, people obviously that are saying these things have never lived through these things.
And that's okay. That is okay that we didn't live through 8 domestic violence charges, years of addiction, and being drunk driving a fucking car, Betty. We don't need to go through that to know, that had to suck. But you kept doing it. Oh, but I'm this and I'm that. It sucks.
Therefore, how is your opinion really the opinion that everybody should deal with or even entertain?
Okay, so only drug addicts and alcoholics can have an opinion.
The mother was fighting for her daughter.
Granny.
No, she wasn't, Betty.
Hold on, I was trying to. I know she still drinks, Amberly. Granny, that's moving. I did a deep dive on this one, and I almost didn't make it out. Messed my mind up for a few days. Well, I mean, if you want to talk about it, I'd love to hear what you found, because I haven't. I couldn't even. Hey, Mojo Juniper. Anybody else I didn't say hi to? Is that fame, tragedy, pimp catching? I was going to say something. Yeah, BHP was a career criminal. the whole time. She was trying to screw FEMA, what, a year ago? She was lying to FEMA.
Yeah, she even went to the town meeting and complained about her new roof instead of a toilet.
Yeah. She started messaging him on Facebook after 9 years of nothing. Wait.
Somebody wants a link. Granny Bassmaster. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, the link is pinned, Granny.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just don't like the way they automatically, she's and her and Olivia, oh, well, we're going to side with this one because she's going to talk to us. So we're going to slam this side. They did the same thing in the Layla case. They do it in every case.
Are you going to come up? Oh, there we go.
The statement that the dad and Gma did, it says donations, foundation for Echo Search, and another one, I can't remember who. Oh, well, that's cool.
What are you talking about?
Shorty's saying about the statement from the dad and the grandma. It said donations, foundation for Echo Search, and another one, I can't remember who. That's the comment. Yeah.
Dad and Grandma did it.
Yeah.
Did say donation. Oh, for Echo Search. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you up here, Granny? Granny left.
Oh, maybe
I put her in.
maybe something happened. She'll come back.
Okay, because I want to take the thing off and go back to. My life changed forever at age 48 and was rear-ended by a driver, both drunk and on substances. I was at a parking meter and hit me. Oh my God.
Wow.
So sorry. Yeah. And alcoholism causes so much. Like families fighting and killing each other, and there's all kinds of crap. Hey, Ellen. Well, I was hoping Granny would come up, but okay.
Maybe she's having problems.
Okay, you're up here now.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
I can.
Man, I almost didn't make it out on the other side of this one. I'm gonna have to quit taking a deep dive on these things. They bother me really bad.
Yeah,
But,
you sound just like a friend of mine, almost exactly.
you know, that mother and grandmother, I'm sorry, they should be in jail right alongside of him. That you do know that the father and McDougal, or whatever his name is, met on a Craigslist site.
No. Now, tell me where you're getting your stuff.
It came, actually, it came from the news.
Okay.
Court news. This is how they met, and it was for a threesome.
Between who?
The father, his girlfriend, and McDougal. So you can't tell me that the father did not know that he was as bad as.
I know, but swinging is different than killing an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
I understand that, but would you want to take that chance?
No.
Any bright person that had a child would say, you know, I'm gonna not let him live with me. But I really feel like the grandmother and the father should be in jail too. I'm sorry. I do.
They had mutual friends in high school?
No, they didn't have mutual friends. They need to research that. I mean, I've taken a deep dive on this one.
Okay.
And,
but
I haven't heard of this information. I thought I watched and read all the news reports on this because of Betty.
I heard the swinger aspect, but I don't know where.
They met on a Craigslist posting.
Okay, but we know that for sure.
Oh, yes. It was sexual in nature. So I don't understand why he would let him live there. This is unacceptable, and we've got to do something with these people. They keep killing our kids. They keep doing terrible things to them. This just makes me angry. And yeah, I believe they need to be in jail too.
But how did the mother?
Oh, the mother don't have anything to do with this. I'm
Okay, wait a
sorry.
minute.
Okay, but she was in contact with him 2 to 3 months, for 2 to 3 months prior to the murmur. So
the murder,
text
yes.
messages. Where
He was trying to get him a little bit off her. I'm sorry. I'll just say it to you like that. He told her he would
how
drop
did he
her
know
word.
her? Wait, how did he know her?
I don't know.
She hadn't seen her daughter, so how would he know her?
I don't know how he knew her. I don't know how he knew her number to reach out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
see, there's a lot.
There's a lot we don't know right there on that specific thing. But I do not hold this mother responsible. I don't.
Well, she lost her daughter, right?
She lost her daughter. And
do you know why?
Because she didn't have custody of her because she was a drug addict.
Yeah, but that's not a reason that they take permanent custody away. The father was apparently not.
I've been through many foster hearings, let me tell you. I've seen plenty of parents who had substance abuse problems get their children back. Some not even removed. They worked with them while they were still in the home. So, I don't know. There's more to it, and there was multiple children. I'm not blaming anybody because I do blame the grandmother and the dad.
I blame them. I'm sorry. I blame that grandmother, and I blame that father.
They've all failed that little girl, in my opinion.
And they're making me feel, I know it. And they're making me feel like I failed her. And that is god awful. I mean,
like you failed her.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, get that. Make that make sense.
Okay, but here's the thing. It started when drugs were more important to the mother
than the children.
I agree.
Yeah. So, but and they will take them away after so many times of saying.
Oh yeah, they will. Yeah, in a heartbeat. But and then most of the times that's what I seen. Instead of them, on a rare occasion there would be a case where they would not remove the kids because help was being, immediately done. You know what I mean? She went into rehab and stuff like that, and they left them with the dad. But anyway, it's a rarity, but they do remove them.
They do.
But the courts are all about reunification, so they bend over backwards for these parents to get their kids back to reunify them because the goal is always reunification in your care plan.
Yes, it is. I understand that. I'm a nurse. I do understand that. But they all
Okay, so Audacity is saying the swinger thing. You said you saw it on the news?
Yes, one of the outlets, the crime
started in a Facebook group.
It was in a Court TV, one of their, or
I could
Benny
see it.
Politan or whatever.
Yeah, I believe that.
Even Nancy Grace has reported on it.
Not as
go look at all of hers.
Nancy Grace wouldn't surprise me a bit.
It's just there's something that's not right about this. I know that he sent her text messages. He's wanting to rock her world. And the day prior to the girl coming up missing, he still wanted her to meet him, and he said that he was best friends with her daughter.
That's what I thought. It was like more recent than a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was continuing. I said she had started having contact with him 2 to 3 months ago. Yeah, prior to this. Yeah, is what she stated. That came out of the mom's own mouth.
And he probably told Audrey, "We're going to go meet your mom."
Yeah, I believe that. I do, but I believe he was going to kill her mom too. I really do.
Why?
I don't know that.
He's a predator.
That he is.
Did y'all see where he went for his hearing, his arraignment, and he was butt naked, and they had to wrap him up, and he wouldn't put his clothes on. He's throwing poop at him. Y'all gonna have to go back and look at some of this. He's throwing poop at these officers. They had to look on Ickmail. Is it Ickmail, and you'll see it. He's throwing poop at them. He's walking around butt naked. They couldn't even get him to put any clothes on. They wrapped him in a
Donald McDougal.
McDonald, that shit me, I don't know. But
The
they had
foster
to.
system is overwhelmed. The foster system is overwhelmed. It's a mess. It's a hot mess.
It is a mess, but it has really, it's done a number on me, and I don't know why they just didn't go ahead and, I'm sorry, why he had them out there showing them where the backpack was. They knew he'd killed her. Why didn't they just shoot him? They could have said he tried to run. There's no.
Well, they used to.
There's no rehabilitation for these animals except for a bullet. I'm sorry.
He'll never get free. I don't believe. I'll be surprised if he don't get the death penalty.
It's not good enough though. It's a day late and $1 short. We've got to do something. I don't know what. Hills, you tell me what to do. Do we need to go protest? Tell me where. Tell me when.
It's
something is wrong.
I just think there should be more on the people that are surrounding these kids.
Yeah.
I mean, the dad does it, and the mother just like, I didn't know, you know.
Well, of course she didn't know. She wasn't there.
No, I'm not saying this one.
And
I'm saying
I fought her for that. She should have been there for this child.
Yeah, they all failed her.
She had a problem, and I've had that problem back in my day.
Well,
but
I don't know.
I went to rehab and took care of it. But
7 years of continuing, I guess, to do drugs, because had she gotten off of them, then if that was the problem, why wouldn't they give her visitation?
I don't know. You can't get clean until you want to be clean. Getting clean is easy. It's staying clean. And I have been clean now for over 30 years. You have to really walk a chalk line.
That's amazing.
Let's watch this Nancy Grace a little bit. I want to see what she said. Court TV didn't even have it where I could find it. Nancy Grace is so serious.
Audrey Cunningham.
Can y'all see it?
Ever?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Yes. Her mother is now posting heart-wrenching messages about how she, quote, failed her daughter. The father had her living in his home with his grandparents, and in the backyard is a not Aryan brother.
Did you say something?
No, I was hollering at my husband.
Oh, just mute yourself if you're not going to.
Covered in hate tattoos, who would take her to school alone in the car with him, with a.
So he had Aryan tattoos all over, besides.
Yeah.
Yes, he had quite a few. Over him.
Oh my God.
Sex offense. In the last hours, we learned that this 11-year-old little girl. Do any of you have little girls or little boys that are or were 11 years old?
Yeah, I do. Getting there.
This little girl's body was weighted down with a
Nancy.
rock.
Oh, God. And that was not true. They said it wasn't true. That it was tied to a rock that was on the shore, is what I heard. Not weighted down. But, you know, it makes no difference. But one way or the other. But why keep saying it?
Tied by rope to her body. Who could do that to an 11-year-old little girl?
Obviously, no.
I mean, take a look at this guy. Would you leave your child alone with him? Much less put her in the.
See, tattoos are normal now. People get.
Yeah, the tattoos wouldn't have been a big, huge red flag.
It's the Aryan brother and the swastika
that's
that
the
he had
part.
on him.
It's what the tattoos say.
Yeah.
Car with him, give him access to your home with your child asleep in the bed around him. I mean, think about it. One of his last offenses on his rap sheet. Oh, yeah, he got a sweet plea deal. Didn't have to register as a sex offender and walked free over and over and over and over and over. But this time he had access to a home and was caught in the bed with a minor child, a girl, and had taken off her underwear and PJ bottoms. Now he has access to Audrey, and now Audrey is dead at the bottom of a river, weighted down by a rock. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Texas, it's on you. You have the DP
Texas?
death penalty.
Girlfriend, it's everywhere. Look at the guys that beat up the cops. They were going to let them out, or I think they did let them bond out. I mean, the kid that two kids stabbed the little girl, I think it was in New York, stabbed her to death and got bond that night. Bonded out.
You crawl in bed with one of mine, our grandkid. I've got two 11-year-olds right now. You crawl in the bed with them. I tell you what, you won't see the light of day.
Yeah. Crawl away with a stump and not your arm.
No, I'd have dropped him right where he stood.
Yeah, and you can.
That's ridiculous.
And legal to do that.
Needle. You going to use it?
But when
when they're violent.
The one that he got 2 years, what I read in the documents was that she had on jeans and he tried to unbutton them and she started running away. And that's what happened. I didn't hear about the pajama bottoms and then he had pulled them down. I didn't hear. Maybe it's a different one.
Or you can let him somehow slip out of this too.
But I mean, that's pretty good just for chasing her to get 2 years.
Yeah, he was able to plead that down.
Yeah, he definitely got 2 years.
Crimes, most of them were in Texas. And he walked. He skipped out of the courthouse, free as a bird. He ran, hopscotched out of the jail each time. And now Audrey is dead. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on SiriusXM 111. Wow, what we have learned overnight by taking a long, hard look at a formal affidavit used as an arrest warrant. Wait till they perform those searches. But right now, joining me, in addition to an all-star panel to make sense of the evidence as we know it right now, this lady is a hero. The lady that called police when she spotted this Nazi Aryan brother sex perv who I believe murdered an 11-year-old girl, Audrey.
I think Nancy is who Betty tries to act like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see it.
I believe he raped her.
Okay, I hate this with her. I fucking hate when, he probably did, but
you don't have to be so graphic.
he can have dignity and he's going to get capital murder regardless. They're not going to add on that charge. I never see them add on that charge. Maybe they will, but better have some dignity.
And I believe he weighted her body down with a rock and threw her body in the river. Joining me right now is Leslie Gaskins. She is an Exxon employee, and she's the one that called 911 and landed his rear end behind bars. Of course, then he started lying and lying and lying, but despite his lies, police managed to find Audrey's body. Leslie Gaskins, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Miss Gaskins.
I'm very excited. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what happened when you see the defendant covered in all his tattoos. I don't know if you could see his swastika or not, but tell me what happened when he came into your Exxon.
I think Is that the video that they have of him outside the store? He goes in,
I
and the
think
cop
so.
right there. Is
Yeah.
that
I'm not sure.
Say it was just a few dollars and change for gas. It could have been a couple of beers. I'm not real sure because I didn't know
Oh my
that
God.
he was significant. That he was so ugly. I keep saying that. He's just so ugly and so creepy looking that you just don't forget his face. And it just, I don't know, his face just stuck with me.
It would kill me to know my daughter that would be the last thing she saw.
It has killed me. I'm telling you. I almost didn't come back out of this one.
Mm.
And then the next day when I saw his mugshot and they said to call if you had seen him, I called right then. Didn't even hesitate.
What, when he came into your Exxon, are you saying that it was either for gas or beer?
Yeah, it was, yes.
And I'm
Yes,
curious,
ma'am.
hold on, let me get my writing pen. What time of the day did he come in?
It was after 9 o'clock, I believe. I'm not real sure.
9
It's, you
a.m.,
know,
9 p.m.
a.m. I worked the day shift that day.
Question, was this on February 15, the day Audrey went
Yes,
missing?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I worked the day shift that day.
What time do you go in?
I go in at 5:15.
Here's the video.
I'm taking you to the driveway. I got to get my kids off the bus. I'm just going to mute.
Okay.
You know, my imaginary kids.
Okay, here's the video.
Family friend accused of killing 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham in Livingston, Texas, is now charged with capital murder, according to the newest court documents released by Polk County. McDougal, who is already in jail in connection with an unrelated assault case, was ordered to be held without bond. Video footage and cell phone data places McDougal at 3 locations of interest, including along the Trinity River, where Audrey's body was recovered on Tuesday, according to the criminal complaint. Investigators say McDougal had agreed to take
Creepy voice.
SAG. The rope used was consistent with the rope observed.
I thought they showed him getting back in the car.
McDougal's vehicle on a traffic stop 2 days prior, which we just showed. I, as well as the Bullhorn Betty family and the coffee club.
Ugh, God, that voice.
In the
So
morning.
you're there.
Huh? Did you say something?
I didn't.
Okay.
First thing in the morning. Now, February 15, I believe, was a Thursday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're there at 5 a.m., 5:15. You get everything opened up and ready. What were you doing? Were you behind the counter when he came in?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There was a line of people, and he was just in the middle of the line.
Did he smell of alcohol or anything else? Pot, cigarettes?
No, I didn't notice, and he wasn't dirty like they said when he went to the mechanic shop.
Yeah.
He wasn't dirty and all that either.
So this is 9 a.m. I'm trying to place that time in the line of events that we have so far. Do you recall what he was wearing?
I don't.
What about him stands out to you?
His face, his beard, his eyes. He has like a crazy eye.
Yeah, does one look one way and one look the other way?
It kind of does, yes, ma'am.
I've tried to
And
figure that
I
out
think
because
that
in some pictures, they look like they're.
What all does he have on there?
He doesn't have much on right here. I think he doesn't have his shirt on.
There's a swastika over here.
Oh yeah, he's got several of them on him.
I just don't know what else is on there.
They're both looking at you, and in others, one looks like it's looking off.
Yeah, yeah. And I think he's was kind of a regular here. I think I've seen him in here before.
What's your
Because
recollection?
I remember his eyes. He's just
the eyes. Yeah, the first time I saw his eyes, they're very.
Oh, she called in because she saw him at the store, or she knew him from the store.
Yeah.
Okay.
Light blue, and they're piercing, and there's just something off. Now, could you see all of his tattoos?
No, ma'am, I don't think I could. I think I could see like a little bit around his neck. I think he had a t-shirt on. He didn't have a tank top.
Did you by chance see his hands?
Yeah, but I really didn't pay that much attention.
Darn. I'm wondering if there were any scratches.
I agree, Amberly. She says, I have 11 tattoos and one is a gun. And my best friend, who is a professor, is covered in tattoos.
I have 6, so.
Well, I mean, she's right. He could have no tattoos and his looks would still be scary.
Is on his body.
It's not the tattoos for me, it's his looks.
Arms, his hands.
Right.
Did he have on a long sleeve shirt?
What the kind?
No, I don't think so.
Did he say anything to your recollection?
Just whatever he was getting, you know. It's 433 in gas keeps sticking in my head.
Okay, so
433 in gas.
At that time, you noticed him and you remembered him because of his eyes and his tattoos. And what happened next? He leaves. You don't think any more about it until when?
Do you know what day this was that she saw him? Somebody said she looked through all the footage and didn't see him.
I don't know what day it was when she saw him.
The manager looked all over the videos and there was no sign
It
of him.
was supposed to be the morning she went missing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Till I saw him on Facebook the next morning.
What did you see?
His mugshot saying if you'd seen him, he was the last seen with Audrey. If you had seen him, please call. And so I did.
Would it concern you if he gets out on bond, if he's walking free?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, definitely. Yes. Because he's dangerous. He's crazy.
And
he
you're a
doesn't
witness.
need to be out.
Did you ever meet or see Audrey or her father or mother or grandparents?
I know my daughter is friends with Audrey's mother. And we've known Audrey when she was smaller, but not seen her here recently.
Why wasn't the mother living with her?
I have no idea. Because it sounds like to me, she was in a worse situation than if she would have been with her mother. You know?
Does the mother live in town there?
She lives in Livingston, I believe.
Okay, with a population of a little over 5,000 people, how far away could it be?
Yeah.
Did you know her dad?
I know him.
Do you know how the dad knows the perpetrator?
Friends. If you look on his Facebook, they have. He's been tagged in posts of the dads for years. It looks like.
You are hearing the voice of Leslie Gaskins, the Exxon employee who saw the suspect on the morning that Audrey goes missing and called police. Miss Gaskins, thank you. I hope you are prepared to testify.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Oh, now
I will do my.
He looks totally different, but still looks scary as fuck.
Part. He shouldn't have never been out anyway. Not with his rap sheet. He should have never been out.
Miss Gaskins, thank you so much. Joining us now, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now, but overnight, this is...
If Chris McDonough is on this panel, I'm shutting it down.
What we learn. Listen.
According to court documents, Don Stephen McDougal used a rope consistent with a rope seen in his vehicle 2 days earlier during a police traffic stop to tie a large rock to the body of Audrey Cunningham to weigh it down in the Trinity River.
Investigators were able to locate the body of Audrey Cunningham in the Trinity River by using cell phone records and video analysis, but they also needed help from the Trinity River Authority to lower the level of the water on the river so divers could find Audrey.
After removing her body from the Trinity River, Sheriff Byron Lyons said she was taken to the Harris County Medical Examiner's office in Houston to determine the cause of death.
Joining us an all-star panel, but first to Bob Price joining us, Associate Editor, Senior News Contributor.
I think someone was right when they said she probably told him, I'm going to tell my dad. You know, and that's what...
Probably. She probably did.
Contributor, Breitbart, Texas. Bob, thank you for being with us. Tell me about the rock that was used to weight down this 11-year-old girl's body.
So, Nancy, I had suspected that he had used some kind of a weight or device to tie her down. I asked Sheriff Lyons about that during the press conference on Tuesday when they announced that they had found her body. And at that time, he did not want to disclose the information as to what he had used to weigh her down, but he did not deny that she had been held underwater by some type of apparatus and stuff. So now we know that there was a rope used, a rope that was seen in his vehicle 2 days before during a traffic stop, which again reemphasizes that the avoidability of this.
I actually read that sheriff, or I thought it was a sheriff, said she wasn't weighted down by the rock and that her body was just like swirling and they were trying to get a hold of her.
Tragedy, had there been an arrest warrant for Mr. McDougal on an aggravated assault where he stabbed an individual back in August and was identified by the victim as the attacker in this assault, there would have been a warrant for him during that traffic stop, and he would have been in jail 2 days before her death.
You know what? I've been torturing myself all night long about coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah, Audacity, that whenever he stabbed that guy, Audacity's talking about it in chat. They described it as he wanted help to do something, but he just went up behind the guy and started stabbing him, and they had a fight, and that guy ran away, that McDougal. And that's why they arrested him later. I have a comment, Ben. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. But, yeah.
They didn't arrest him soon enough.
Right. But the guy couldn't identify him, he said.
We have been looking at the affidavit attached to a warrant and gleaning information about the death of this 11-year-old girl and what was transpiring during the time after Daddy leaves the house and the defendant is there alone with the little girl. Joining us right now, Tim Miller, the founder of Texas EquiSearch, who actually went and searching the waterways, trying to find Audrey.
I met him back during the Casey Anthony case. He is such a nice guy.
Yeah, he's the one that I went on 2 searches with for Rachel Cook in Austin. And it was a long time ago, but he is super nice.
Tell me about
Yes, I have the utmost respect for him.
Yeah.
Her body. When you were using sonar, looking through the water there.
Her memorial, there will be a memorial ceremony for the repose of the soul of Audrey Danielle Cunningham at the First Baptist Church in Livingston on Friday. Between 5 and 8.
Air, which has a pretty good current to it. Could you tell at that time?
It says public who helped in this effort are invited to attend. God, Betty, don't. Please wear purple.
Oh, I hope she don't.
She was weighted down.
Well, Nancy, when we got involved in that, the sheriff actually called me Friday and said he needed our help, and we had many, many ground searches. Saturday, we found something right along the shoreline, which ended up as being evidence. So where that was found, I decided I need to start.
Okay, wait. Are you talking about the Hello Kitty backpack?
No, something else, not the backpack.
What?
We found something right at the edge of the river. I don't want to disclose that now.
Was it a shoe? Was it clothing?
Shit, this is
it was clothing.
Yeah. It's evidence.
So I decided I wanted to start.
Was it odd? Was it a girl's clothing?
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am. And it definitely is evidence. It 100% is evidence.
I mean,
So
hold
when
on
we-
just a second. Hold on just a second.
She will,
But
Julie.
then you can.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand why he got a cheap plea. And
I don't want to disclose that now.
was it a shoe? Was it clothing?
It was clothing. So I decided I wanted to start.
Was it odd? Was
What? Who cares? Why does she care? She just wants to. I don't know if y'all remember
the dramatic effect, the theater effect they're putting on a show.
But I mean, why? It's a.
Was it a girl's clothing?
Yes, ma'am. And it definitely is evidence. It 100% is evidence.
I mean,
So
hold
when
on
we-
just a second. Hold on just a second.
Oh Lord.
Joining me, Director Vic.
If she mentions her son, I'm slamming my laptop closed.
If she mentions her son, I'm getting off here. I can't do this.
Victim Services there in Texas. Joining me out of Houston, Andy Kahn, longtime colleague. Andy, the girl's clothing. He obviously, the girl was sex assaulted.
You don't know that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. You don't know that, bitch.
Don't apologize for it. Good grief.
But I hear myself when I play
Well,
it
don't apologize.
very loud. I just think, give her dignity.
Yeah, there's no reason to.
None.
Oh Lord, y'all haven't heard what else she said.
I wouldn't want them her talking about my child like that. You know.
Why would she not have clothing on? Why would her clothing be separate from her body? I mean, this guy needs to be on death row. It's not the first time, Andy. What in the hay is going on in Texas? This guy had offense after offense after offense. And now I'm hearing from Tim Miller, article of clothing found at the edge of the river. And Tim Miller, who, by the way, is a crime victim himself, his daughter was murdered, is out there and sees this. What's going on?
You know, Nancy, there's a reason we have the death penalty in the state of Texas. And McDougal is now the poster boy why we have the death penalty.
No. You can.
Death penalty's good, but it'll take them 30 years to kill him.
Blow your horn about Texas injustice, but why was this guy? Why was he out free? He had already crawled in between the sheets with another little girl and taken off her underwear and PJs. He's got one offense after the next, after the next, after the next. The man is using meth, for Pete's sake. The Nazi tattoo alone should have gotten him kicked off the property. That didn't work. But that said, don't start preaching to me about Texas as a death penalty. I want to know what this guy's doing out walking around to start with.
The state of Texas failed 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham.
Blah,
no ifs,
blah,
ands, or buts.
blah.
The state of Texas failed this 10-year-old girl back in 2007 who he evidently was trying to sexually assault, and he got a sweetheart deal. He got sweetheart
How
deal
did you
after
know she was
sweetheart
10
deal.
years old? I didn't know that had been made public.
Yes, it is. I'm looking at it right now.
We were trying to
Yes, it is.
protect her
I-
identity.
This is ridiculous. My God.
Yes.
Another 10-year-old girl, very similar to Audrey.
Correct.
Very similar. And now this. I mean, you know what, Andy Kahn? My dad, God rest your soul, Daddy, would have killed this guy if he had tried to get in bed with me or my sister or brother. I don't understand why he got a cheap plea deal. And on the cheap plea deal, Andy Kahn, he didn't even say, I'm guilty. They let him plead nolo contendere. He wouldn't even admit what he did. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. Texas justice, my rear end.
Then they cut it down to enticing a child, which isn't even an offense that you have to register for. And that brings us to what we're going to be doing next legislative session. And I made a promise, and I'm going to continue their promise, that we are going to make a
you
bill.
think I trust a bunch of politicians in a room together? No. I trust you, Andy. I know you're going to do the right thing.
Yeah. And I'm going to make it happen.
Can I get to legislation? Let me guess. It's going to be called Audrey's Law.
Yep. Unfortunately,
that's great. I don't want the child dead so she can have a law named after her. I want her alive. I can't have what I want. Now the only thing I can get is a death penalty. That's the only thing we can work toward now. But that said, you can tell me about your legislation later. And don't worry, I respect what you're doing. I value what you're doing. I want you to do it. But I guarantee you, if you leave one little crack in that legislation, some defense attorney is going to find a way around it so it won't apply to their client. Think about that. Tim Miller, can I get back to the search?
Yeah.
You just got me so upset thinking about her being separated from her clothes. Now, I don't know what piece of clothing it is.
Okay. So that's why she was asking about the clothes. But they could also have come off. I mean, they were on the shore, I guess, you saying?
Did y'all hear her other one when she is I don't remember who she was talking to and what questions she was asking. And she wanted to know if she had been sexually assaulted, which she said I assumed she was, but she said something really awful.
Now, Audacity is saying the other girl is older now and has been very vocal. She came forward in Facebook group and told her story.
Yeah.
Is she telling it right? Is Nancy telling it right, Audacity, or do you know? Because I could have sworn I saw her talking about it, and she said he undid her jeans.
Yeah. The girl is coming out and telling her story, though.
Okay. Well, Nancy, shut up.
Could have been a shirt. It could have been her pants. It could have been her underwear. But when you said it's definitely evidence, that makes me think it could have been her underwear.
Oh, my God.
Well, it was sonar in that area, and of course the river was high, the current was strong, and it's like, oh my God, is she going to wash away or what? Sunday, I got what I
what did
thought
you see that made you know it was Audrey?
Well, on Sunday when I sonar, I didn't know if it was Audrey. The conditions were the worst you could ever imagine with sonar. So I went back to the same exact spot, and the image I got, I couldn't get it again.
Hey, B-Tim.
Hey, what's up? So, what's up?
We're watching the Betty.
Hey, B-Tim.
What's up?
Betty Jr. here.
Yeah, Betty Jr.
Betty Jr.
No, this lady predates. She's the OG tragedy pimp.
Yeah, she's the original.
She is the original. I mean, even her murder, when the documentary, the one where the documentary, she even got, the guy got a mistrial because how badly she did that fire case. It was about she claimed, I think the husband lit her wife on fire or something like that. Yeah. There was a mistrial for that. she caused one woman. She actually caused two women to kill themselves because of her accusations.
Ducking.
Yeah, one lady set herself on fire. The other one shot herself in the head because of this woman. So, like, this lady's terrible.
Did you ever see her Duke lacrosse coverage?
I haven't seen it. Oh, I mean, no, I haven't really, actually. No, I haven't seen that one.
It was horrible. She should have been taken down for the Duke lacrosse.
She should have been taken down when she had two women commit suicide because of her horrible coverage. This woman's evil.
I think the family of, what is her name? Duckett. I think they sued her.
Let me see.
And she had to settle. But yeah, and she has Chris McDonough as a regular on her show.
Yeah, Duckett. You're right. It was Duckett.
I couldn't get it again. I literally went through that area more than 80 times. And then I got another image, and I said, oh, my God. I said I could make out legs and
now,
arms.
hold on, Tim Miller. You know we don't say OMG on CES Crime Stories. But go ahead.
Okay.
What did it look like, Tim Miller? How could you tell that it was a child versus something else?
No, I could make out the body. So I went, but it wasn't as clear because of the currents, because of where it was. It was difficult at best, so that I kept sonared. And then Monday I sonared again.
What went through your mind when you spotted that?
Okay. All right. So I don't know what else we're looking for here. I mean,
Beneath My Feet book on Amazon, the star of a hit series.
Just tell me Chris McDonough is not on it. Because, he has studied profiling these, whatever. Well, we're going to go off this because Tim is here. And what did you think? What do you think of and y'all don't want to talk about it. I know Kathy follows the case. Grandma, if you follow the Karen Reed case. Anyway, what did you think?
What I think that his hair was found in the undercarriage, that his DNA is found in the taillight, and she had a rocky relationship with the person that she said there was no problems with, and she thought that he was cheating, and the GPS shows that he didn't go into the house. I think she's pretty fucking guilty. Like, I don't know what else you need. Maybe like surveillance video. Even I think there was one part where he lied. She lied about going by the church or something like that. And so, which I'm kind of confused how important that is. Maybe in my mind is like a little slipping on the details. I'm not sure how important that is, but still lying about your alibi is usually not a good idea.
But she did say that she drove around 5-mile perimeter of where they were the night before. She did admit that on Nightline or wherever it was.
I'm sure that
at the house. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't she knock on the door? Why wouldn't that be the first place?
Yeah, that's exactly would be the first place I would go.
Yeah, that would require you to think, I guess.
But she already knew the situation, so that's why it wasn't.
I like when the judge said, whenever Jackson said, we've just gotten the 3,000 pages of data and we need more time and blah, blah, blah. And the judge says, you can write that down, but still prepare for that.
Yeah. Well, they had 2 years. I mean, maybe they shouldn't have had so many lunches with Turtle Boy and, helped them out. Maybe if they actually did, if they actually did their job. But instead of making this cockamamie theory about a dog bite, I mean, it looks like she just basically hit him with the car and kept on going. He was basically on the undercarriage, sounds like to me. And that's how he got the wound on the arm. I mean, that's what I think probably happened.
And somebody said they completely now have, the defense has said, are just left off the dog bite now. It's not even part of it now.
No, they don't want the DNA. They said no. They didn't
No, of course, because it disproves them because there's no canine DNA. So, I mean, are we going to get are the Alberts going to get an apology from every single person
Oh, no.
harassed them. I mean, forget about
Bubba.
dog. Bubba's wants an apology too. Bubba, you'll get that apology. But like these people should be ashamed of themselves about the harassment they've done. I'm not talking about like people that talked about the case that might have thought that Karen Reed was innocent. I'm talking about people that just harassed these people. They should be fucking feel guilty about what they have done and apologize.
I agree.
Turtle Boy said he got a letter or an email from Vianetti saying the district attorney is thinking of dropping the assault charges, but I didn't hear anything coming back.
I mean,
okay,
there was nothing dropped today. They didn't even have a hearing about him today. It was postponed, and he just fueled everybody up with more misinformation. I don't think they're going to drop cases against him that they can prove.
Yeah. By the way, Granny wants to say something to you.
Hills, I'm going to drop down.
Okay.
I mean, all this about that poor child, it's just, I'm old and it's bothered me for the last few days, and I haven't been on the internet. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Y'all take care.
We'll go on
You too.
I'm going to rest. Thanks. Y'all take care.
Have a good one.
I will. Bye.
But he's like thinking about the assault charge and be dropped. Bro, you have 18 more counts. Like what?
Well, that's the thing. They're not going to drop anything else. What I don't get is he is saying he's going to play the interview between Tully and Natalie in California. How did he get that?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that he's self-snitching again because it's illegal to not get. It's a two-party consent state that he lives in.
Oh, that's the wiretapping.
Yeah, that's the wiretapping. Yeah, that's when he illegally recorded that woman in a room. And now it seems like he illegally recorded that guy that gave him that. I forgot his name. It starts with an S. That gave him that. Like they supposedly thought was the guy that knew about the house situation, like the private. The guy that did the interview, Scanetti or something like that. I'm trying to remember what his name was. I'll have to pull up the thing.
Scanlon?
Yeah, Scanlon. Yeah, he recorded him too.
Oh wow!
And there's actually a TikTok. I was watching this guy, not TikTok. I mean, an X, the Twitter X, because this Boston guy is covering the case, and he showed a piece of the recording of, if you ever seen it, it was pretty interesting actually. Let me see. Let me toss it to you. It's pretty interesting. Someone tossed it to me, and I was playing it. I was like, "Whoa, this is bad for." This guy's on TikTok too. So here's the video. It's like 2 minutes long. It's pretty informative. But he does like a skit. I think he's also pretending to be the glare, apparently. And I think it's, I don't know. He has some blonde guy with a tight t-shirt with short hair. So he's pretending to be like, how he dresses up like tight t-shirt, black. So I don't know if he's pretending to be the glare or I don't think it's
that guy that has the, I think he's gay. I mean.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I think that's the guy, yeah.
Yeah, and just look at one part of the video. He actually plays the recording, like that Turtle Boy does. So he might be hit with more wiretapping charges when they go into his phone. I mean, this guy's fucked.
Well, okay, but what I'm talking about is he said he's going to play tomorrow night a recording between Tully and Natalie, the go-between, Karen, and remember she was Okay, how would he get a recording between Tully and Natalie?
Maybe from Natalie? When they were when she was the in between?
Would he record Tully interviewing her about, and he goes, "Oh, it's so funny, you're not even going to believe the last question he asked her and all this." How would he get that?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Tully. I mean, I don't know. But I think it's very stupid for him to play that. I mean, like this guy's talking too much. I couldn't believe that
he can't help himself.
I couldn't believe he made a statement about his own case. I mean, like you would think he would go to his lawyer and his lawyer would be like, "Here's a written statement. We reviewed it. Read it to your audience, and then move on and don't mention too much details about this case because you've got 18 counts against you." But he's dumb. Like this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, Turtle Boy.
Yeah, he can't stop. He just can't.
Well, did you see the text? He knows he's going to jail. I saw this text, I read it, and it basically stated like he believes he had a conversation with them. And he's like, oh, they're going after. I know I'm going to jail for they're throwing me in jail for freedom of speech, and I just wonder if I should just go away. And and I'm
It's
like,
what he probably wants to do.
yeah, he probably wants to disappear.
The gig is up.
The gig is up. Well, what is he going to do? He's going to need more money. Like, let's be real. Do you think $106,000 is going to be enough for him to defend himself against antique counts? Absolutely.
How much?
107,000 actually. He got in his GoFundMe.
Wow.
The last time I looked.
That would pay my house off. Hey, I'm Turtle Boy.
Yeah, I mean that's enough for. It's not going to be enough for 19 indictments.
No, that's not going to be
They're
enough.
going to try each one of those. It's not going to be like, each witness, and then he's going to be sued. He knows they're going to sue him.
And he's also. You go, Kathy.
You would think somebody in this kind of a situation would be doing everything they could to stay under radar and just prove your innocence. But no, he's doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, he's fucked, man. He is absolutely fucked. He's also apparently with a charity, and he's doing like a civil lawsuit. He's using like a New York charity that helps you with I don't understand how that's even part of a charity, to be honest with you. But like I'm thinking to myself, why would a lawyer pick up a case that you're going to lose because you've been indicted by the grand jury? They had the evidence to arrest you. You can't really sue for wrongful arrest or anything like that. Your case is dead.
One of the lawyers, trying to think, it's not a bomb, but they throw these canisters at, what are they called? This lawyer did this. And one of the attorneys for that charity that you're talking about got her and another guy off. And it was something egregious that they did. But I know who you're talking about. I can't believe they're a charity, but.
Yeah, but I know a little bit about civil matters, but the problem is that, if you get convicted, usually you want to wait until the charges are dropped before you bring a lawsuit like that. Because then you can say, well, I was wrongfully arrested and they didn't have enough on me. I just think it's a little bit too soon for you to try to think of suing people civilly.
Oh, he's trying to sue.
Yeah, he's trying to sue the Boston for the police for a civil rights violation. I'm like,
but he's not. Okay, so they don't even know the difference between witness tampering and free speech.
Yeah, apparently that's why those two people that were visiting him in jail, that they're claiming to be lawyers, are working with that charity. They're working as volunteer paralegals or something, like volunteer people for them.
Unbelievable. And they're
good. But that was all done as a ruse about. Yeah, that's some shady shit there too. Because isn't it coincidental that didn't all start till they got involved with him?
Yeah, he's got some big people behind him that they're trying to make a statement.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
that,
if you believe
that Jackson even picked up the case. There's something.
Well, maybe Grant is right. I'm kind of laughing at this theory. He's he thinks that Turtle Boy's actually been working with the FBI as an informant, and he's going undercover for against the neo-Nazis in that area or something, which I can't believe unless I see documents, but it would be quite insane if that actually came about. Flash grenades, they said. At least he said. That was what
flash grenades. That's what it
was. When all is said and done, he may well out pulling more time than Reed if it keeps on like this.
Yeah, 10 years for each one is the maximum, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead. Let's be real. He's dead for rights. They got him for the wiring. Dead to rights. Right. Dead to rights. On that. They got him dead to rights for the picketing without a license. Okay, dead to rights. They got him dead to rights with the conspiracy when he looked up Proctor's license. Had someone look up Proctor's license plate numbers.
And Glare, he was talking. Did you see the thing between Dietz and Chasing and Glare and all that? And Glare kept saying, "That's bullshit." And Gavel Geeks or somebody said, well, it's a law. It's a bullshit law. Well, it's, a law.
A law. I mean, the only thing I think he has, any chance of fighting would be the witness intimidation. But that's going to be so hard because he keeps on talking and he has statements about that his desire to intimidate these witnesses.
Right. He was trying to get them to change their story.
Mm-hmm. Tim, you'd know the answer to this. Earlier, we were discussing this about the recordings. Were both recordings submitted to the court, or just the altered one?
Just the altered one. What happened was he went into the courtroom and his lawyer submitted the edited version, and the judge asked him, "Hey, we want the cell phone where this came from so we can get the metadata." And Turtle was like, "I lost it. Well, it turns out he sent the unedited version to a bunch of his bunch of other people.
Right.
That's how Kate got it, and she played the unedited version. She has the unedited version. She played it, and that's why.
Right.
What happened was that motherfucker edited it to make it look like she gave consent.
Exactly. That's what. Okay. That I knew about the different versions because I watched Kate's video. She does a great job with this stuff. But we couldn't remember if they played both. I knew both had been mentioned and talked about.
So that's why he got the wiretap.
Yeah, he got the wiretapping because what happens is he whispers. If you listen to it, he whispers, "I'm recording this," and then he edits out another part when he was saying, "I'm going to go now," and she says, "I know." So he edited that. "Oh, I know, I know," whatever that part to the recording thing.
But it was excruciating. Oh my God. It took them yesterday just over and over and playing it back and playing it. And well, I don't know. I need to hear before and after. Well, we kind of already knew that he edited, but because
you could tell that was edited just by if you just listen to the conversation because he didn't do a very good job. It didn't blend. Yeah.
It's really blue in here.
It's just like
yeah, it is kind of blue. But anywho, the situation is that the problem is that the glare. I remember when I said originally, there's a two-party consent state, and the glare made a live stating that I was wrong and that consent was given the next day. And now he's defending his own small little pride, like that he's been proven wrong again. I mean, the guy gets things wrong constantly. He didn't even know what Elijah looked like. He was looking at a YouTube channel, and he didn't even know what the child that was missing looked like.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. The man does not do that much research. And I think he gets his talking points from certain people. And
I know. That's why I was laughing so hard at him yesterday, trying to get back in the good graces. I don't know if he was ever out of them, but with them, because it was like, well, and this is a blatant lie. I until they arrested him and violated his First Amendment rights, I didn't even have anything to do with Turtle Boy, which is absolute bullshit.
No, that's not true. Yeah. An interview with him, that's factually untrue because you can see on this channel he did an interview with him before even Turtle Boy was arrested.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. His very first video on the Karen Reed case, you could tell he was supporting Turtle Boy's antics.
Yeah,
his coverage on this.
Yeah, I think Olivia or someone who's familiar with Turtle Boy's camp was in the chat originally with his first video, and that's I think how he got in contact. He did a very much support of Free Karen Reed stuff, and he met him before their arrest, and he's just doubling and tripling down. I mean, I don't know how anyone can just logically be a true crime enthusiast. Let's just say enthusiast, like how we are, because I'm not a cop or anything like that. But someone who's interested in true crime and sit here and listen to these, hair being found in the carriage of the car, DNA in the broken taillight glass on him, and cocktail glass.
Blair says he thinks they planted the glass on his shirt.
That's
on the floor. Well, they tear their clothes off of them. They don't say, "Here, could you fold this up for me?" And they put it in an evidence bag.
It's ridiculous theory.
They went back and meticulously planted all this evidence and made sure to get his DNA under the car. They made sure to reach under there and make sure they got enough under there.
I mean, what you would have to believe is that Proctor or a bunch of other people not only went to the scene, went to the house where the car was, broke the taillight, grabbed the pieces from there, shoved a cocktail glass onto the back of it, somehow embedded it, put a hair
under the car,
and then run to the hospital, sprinkle it up, grab a piece of hair from John O'Keefe's head, some blood, run all the way back to the car, make sure to put it in the broken taillight area, and shove the hair directly under the carriage of the car.
Thank you.
Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? I would better believe that Proctor was Santa Claus.
And not only that, all the people that would have to be involved.
Yeah. All the different departments.
In the hospital room, take the shirt, and they're microscopic pieces.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Spread them on his shirt.
And how would all these people have known to be involved from the very get-go?
What got
They had. How did they get everybody to do their part?
And in such short order. Because
Yeah.
remember, everybody was in on it, from the ambulance people to the cops to Proctor, within an hour.
And then let's go with the fact that it was like the broken cocktail glass and headlight was planted in the snow. How did they get the cocktail glass there originally? Where they just went to a bar and said, "Give me a cocktail glass, I'll break it in and put it around there." And it's so insane. I can't even imagine.
One of the subs and
About the footage of, how would they?
I've got to finish or I won't remember. Let me finish or I won't remember, I promise.
Okay.
So somebody in Dietz, one of her subs said, well, they were showing, I think it was Crime Time or whatever, but they were showing his autopsy picture. And I think it was Dietz maybe, or Chasing says, that was a hospital picture. What? That was an autopsy. They were saying they hadn't cut on him yet or done all that, but they weren't just taking hospital pictures, right? That was during his autopsy. I just thought it was funny that they were quick to say, oh no, that's just a hospital picture. Same thing.
I didn't see that part, so
Well,
I didn't see that part of the live. I missed a lot of that. Yeah, I still have to catch up.
Yeah, I listened to it for probably 6 hours, 7 hours.
Well, the reason why to answer Emmy's question, why do I mention the glare? Because the glare came from our side of the community. We don't know what these other guys are. I don't know them. Do you want me to drop it? No, thanks. You don't have to do that, Nicole.
You can drop Kathy's.
Nah, you don't have to.
Oh, she did. Nicole did.
Kathy's fine. But anyway, but the whole situation is that the glare came from our community, and the reason why I particularly got a little annoyed with him was because he was this whole I don't like tragedy pimps, and Betty goes in front of houses and she's affecting investigations and doing all this stuff. And then the next minute he's like cheering Turtle Boy on and harassing a man's business. I was like, what? That was like crazy to me. Now, I'm not saying that I was like cool with the glare.
Crazy. I listened to him and I'm like, I can't.
I mean, like I seen the man defend, went after Ryan Upchurch. He did a good job with that. He basically stood up and said he was full of shit, which I'm going to give him credit where credit is due. But this, I don't know what the hell happened to him where he's like defending this Turtle Boy. It was like a 180. I just crazy.
Yeah.
So that's why we mentioned the glare. It's just crazy. The other guys we have no. You go. I'm sorry.
No, I just was reading my notes and something happened with. I'm not even going to ask, but two people were having an argument and I couldn't figure out what it was about. I never did figure out what it was about. And I wrote it down like 5 times. There was wasn't there a show called Autopsy?
There might have been. It could have been.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, the whole thing was I was trying to take a nap and I had to keep writing stuff down. Like you stated as a fact. Chasing doesn't like. Oh, she does. She doesn't like the people in the house.
Well, I think Chasing originally followed the case 6 months ago. Like I talked to Chasing on the Hive.
Oh yeah, they've been doing stuff on it. Yeah, they follow
Yeah,
it.
and I think it's like they followed old information. Like if you went to this case 6 months ago, and obvious reasons, all the information being released was by the defense, you would have a very biased opinion on the defense's side. But like after 6 months, like now, present day, if you look at all the information and you realize the defense has done what it's done with Turtle Boy, and you realize content creators should be fucking pissed off. I mean, this is like the defense has bamboozled you all, tricked you all basically, completely, and now it's being revealed and made you all look like fools. Absolutely.
Well, she didn't know. So Blair, I don't know who brought up the photos missing, the crime scene. The way the defense wrote it, you have to read carefully. That the metadata was missing on Canton Police, who was there for like an hour, their crime scene photos. The state said the camera's missing, the iPhone. But iPhone uploads to the cloud, which will upload the metadata. Not once in that paragraph does he mention they weren't in the cloud.
Well, that's because he's playing a classic magician game where he makes you pay attention to one fact, but while hiding the other by you focusing on that other fact. It's a classic magician tactic where he's technically not lying. He's telling the truth, but he's omitting things.
Yeah, he's omitting the fact that you can get them from the cloud.
Absolutely.
Or all the missing notes from CERT and Proctor when they never existed, so how can they be missing?
Yeah. I mean, he's making it sound like it's not what it is. Like the amount of evidence against this woman is fucking gigantic. I've never seen, I mean, like there was less evidence to convict Burdock than I think this woman, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it's everybody's lying. Like every single thing is a lie that they're confronting.
It's all too much because you're talking about so many people in different departments spread all over, including the FBI. It's too much.
Like
I would have believed it if they would have toned it down. They got so wild with it, with the story, and just kept running with these off the wall theories. Had they just kept it calm and just, said, yeah, well, we believe they, did this, but
originally that was their plan. Their original plan was to say that this was a tragic accident.
Right.
And the reason why the charges were upgraded was because the alerts on the system worked. So it alerted you if you were backing into something. Okay. They checked out when the accident reconstruction. And now it's come about that we realized this woman was trying to cheat with Higgins. And one of her key reasons were because she believed John was cheating on her. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a drunk woman that has a shaky relationship with this guy. And she's thinking this man's cheating. And she got tired. She got a moment of anger and she backed her car into him. That's what I think.
Okay, so you know who LTL? Have you ever watched their coverage of it? LTL is something.
I've seen a little bit of it. He's definitely he's a free Karen Reed guy, right? He did the interview with
he brings that up and he says, oh, that's just a wet dream Tully has. That's a lie. They're lying about it. And as far as Karen backing over him, oh, they had an argument. People have arguments all the time. You think she's going to run over him because they got in an argument?
It happens every day.
All the time.
You know what the most Heels, you know what the most dangerous holiday, the domestic issues, like the most like people getting stabbed and shot is? Thanksgiving and fucking Christmas.
Yeah. They do series on it now. Homicide for the holidays.
Oh, but what doesn't happen is a 17-year-old that wasn't even in that scenario of fuck you or whatever. He wasn't even there. That was made up by Karen. But a 17-year-old knocking out a cop and dragging him out into the front yard, that happens way less or ever than a girlfriend pissed off and running over her boyfriend.
Yeah. That's just
like,
by the way.
Kidding me? She's gonna kill him? Yeah. It happens.
I mean, you're talking about a lady who's, I think the blood alcohol was 0.29 or something like that. You're talking about like I'm trying to remember what the exact, but like 3 times the legal limit of drinking. Her mind is out of there. She's completely drunk at this point. She is not
and I
thinking.
think she probably has a history of jealousy and, I think it was more than just drinking. I think
It's a combination of drinking, of anger, pent up anger about this guy that just resulted
probably the reason she didn't want to go in the house is because Tully was in there.
Or, I mean, like
Not
he could have,
Tully,
she could
the other one.
Higgins.
Yeah.
Higgins. But the reason why also is I think she might have thought that he was cheating with someone around that house or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like the Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, maybe Lana wasn't so crazy. Maybe that's what with Jen McCabe. Maybe like the whole situation is that Karen Reed thought that John was cheating with someone in the house, and that's why he wanted to go there or something like that. Or maybe she didn't want to meet Higgins. Either or, something pissed her off to the point where she wanted to back that car into him. Something came about it. Now, we don't know. We don't know the mind, what was in her head at the time. We'll probably never know because she'll never confess to why. But something pissed her off. And I think it has something to do with jealousy. That's what I think.
Yeah, that had to be weird, though, going in the house with Higgins in there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Higgins told Jen what happened. And Jen was going to tell John. We'll know when everything is laid out in trial. We'll know exactly.
Yeah, the trial is the problem is that I have no issues with people that have like a free Karen Reed thought process to it. I have an issue with people harassing people who are harassing the witnesses to this case. That's my main thing.
Yeah, I don't care if you think she's guilty or innocent. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody's not going to agree, but don't lie about the facts. Don't, evidence is evidence. But this harassing and intimidating people because they don't agree with you or because you know that they have testimony that could put her behind bars. You don't have I can't ride along with that stuff.
Well, wait a minute. But look, what kind of miscarriage of justice that might be going on here, where these individuals these lawyers are being like borderline breaking the law, if not broke the law, to basically work with a blogger to use his movement to harass witnesses to try to free a woman who allegedly killed her boyfriend. Like, that's crazy to me. I'm shocked that more news agencies are not talking about it, because this is literally a conspiracy in an attempt to not face justice here. And a blogger is being used as a weapon to intimidate witnesses and to poison the jury pool.
He thought he was getting by. That's the only thing that made me think he might be a CI, because he got by with it so long. And then they put him in jail. And he just, I don't know. It's just weird. And he comes out still going full force.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe all this time he was telling them what Karen was giving him.
Yeah. And the only thing that the defense really has, the only thing they have is I would say, is the tow truck driver. Not tow truck, I mean the snowplow driver. Basically saying, I didn't see anything when I passed by there. And I seen this mysterious car parked there at the time, and that's why I didn't go down the road. That's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else that they can possibly do that works in their favor.
Do they have cameras on the tow trucks, I wonder?
I mean, not tow trucks, snowplow.
I mean, snowplows?
Don't know. It hasn't been submitted. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that.
Camera. I think there's another ring camera. And the defense is not going to tell you.
Nagel, the thing about Nagel is, Curdy, is that John could have been the other side of the damn car and he could not see him. I mean, it's dark out there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't put too much weight on that. Like, the guy could be in a part of the car that he couldn't see through.
Well, the lights the windows are blacked out, except the front. And and he would have had to crane his neck to see John in the car.
And the light thing, I mean, like, it could have been that she hit him after he passed or something like that.
I think he was getting out, and that's why the light was on.
Yeah. So I mean, that's not exactly the slam dunk they have. And also, if you look into the report, didn't his sister basically said that she saw something when she was driving home, something was visible.
Well, when Jen and Matthew were driving the other girl, that her brother came and then left.
Yeah.
That's who said she thought she saw something.
Yeah. So you have contradictory witness statements. Now, if she was part of the conspiracy, I'm sure she would probably.
They would all have to be. They would have had to have a meeting.
It would have been, yeah. There's no way with all them people involved and all the different departments that the stories would have been kept straight, that somebody wouldn't have cracked. There's just no way.
And
all to protect a 17-year-old kid, every one of them is going to throw away their careers, their retirements, everything.
And also, like, they keep on bringing Proctor. Listen, unless Proctor grows a white beard and can travel many places at night and deliver prisons or colds to kids, I don't believe that he's teleporting all over the place and doing all these things. I just can't believe it.
Well, and the lawyer said that whole Morrissey thing that they were trying to get the dismissal on because Morrissey made that statement.
Mm-hmm.
It's what the grand jury saw. It's within those four corners is what they can just try to get the case dismissed. And what's Morrissey had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, and what's really weird is that the defense has purposely released grand jury testimony.
Yeah.
And secretly to Turtle Boy to poison the, like, I just find it crazy that they're going to try to do a motion to dismiss because basically a statement saying, please don't harass these witnesses. And, they are innocent, basically.
Yeah, I just don't see, again, Karen could be found not guilty. She could be found guilty. I think she's guilty of running him over. I don't know anything else. I mean, I don't feel anything else. What I feel is there was no conspiracy from that house. No, he didn't go in the house. That's how I feel. Now, did somebody plant a bigger piece of that tail light? Bugs me. That one piece bugs me. But other than that, I don't believe. I mean, I think maybe somebody could have dropped it just to make sure. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I don't think so.
That bugs me is because I've heard so much about it. It does get in your brain. I don't think anybody's lying.
I just think that most likely the lady hit him with a car, and the defense. I would contend with Cordy about them being good lawyers because they're going to go in front of a jury, and they have no defense. Like they can't. They're not going to claim the dog did it, so they can't really explain away that mark on his arms. They haven't given a new theory on that. They haven't really got a new theory. I mean, the best they got is he went into the house. Well, that's going to be disproven with GPS. So they have zero defense. If they were good attorneys, they would have been like, it was an accident and she accidentally hit him with the car and she's being overcharged and my client should be released, acquitted.
That's what I'm saying. If they have a ring camera of her coming back and knowing he was dying or dead and left again, that would be murder.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I can think. And his DNA on the taillight, how would they pull that off?
And the hair?
Yeah.
And his hair on the undercarriage? Was
it his hair? I don't think they got that back, did they?
No, like that. Let me pull up the article because someone tossed it to me.
I don't think they got the DNA. They didn't have enough.
No, I mean, I'm serious. I think they have the hair.
No, they have a hair, but it's just not been.
One moment. I'm just going to pull up. One moment. There's a news article. Let me see. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, that's true. And when she ran into John's car, it would have gone up. And they're saying, well, when are we going to get the ring?
Okay, it says here in this article, it says documents say that some of O'Keefe's hair and pieces of glass from the drink he was carrying were found stuck under Reed's SUV. Reed's trial is stuck under his SUV.
But when was that article?
Today.
Okay, because the last time I watched the hearing, Wally said there wasn't enough. There wasn't the part of the DNA that you need on the hair wasn't there.
Here, I just put the article in the back.
Well,
It's
no,
very
I
short.
believe that the article says it, but I just remember them saying there's not enough there. There's not what you need to test it.
Well, then either.
I mean, because that's big.
W22 News, WWLP.com is just bullshitting. Or
well, they may say that because somebody told him. I'm just telling you, the hearing, I clearly remember him saying you can't get DNA off the hair because it has to have the root part of it or something.
Well, they got it according to the article. So, I mean, if they got the hair from the undercarriage as well, of John O'Keefe, it's pretty fucking done at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know what you're going to do to explain that one up.
But another thing that the defense was saying is the Commonwealth wasn't sending the footage from John's Ring camera. That can't be true because the defense is the one that put out the camera footage of her hitting John's car.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the thing is, I believe she did that on purpose. She slowly backed into that car to create an alibi.
Right.
And that's why she was telling all, Jennifer, McCabe and I think Carrie, they were telling them, hey, look, I broke my taillight. I backed into it. I backed into the car. And that's what she was planning to cover it up by saying that she backed into it,
Right.
And I think
she knew her taillight was broken.
Mm-hmm.
And lucky for all the people in the house that killed him, she said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because they ran to her house and they grabbed the pieces. They could miraculously find them all, and they grabbed all the pieces and they took them over to the scene of the crime and they planted them. And then they crushed some and ran to the hospital and put him in his clothes.
Yeah. Microscopic pieces.
That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean,
they just ran too far with their theory. They went off the rails so badly that. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, didn't the grand jury want the charge upped on her?
Yeah, the grand jury is the one that indicted on murder.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's hair, and if this article is true, and it is a news agency, it's not just usual, AI generated bullshit article. So it's actual news station. If that's true, and they found his DNA, his hair under the undercarriage of a car, and DNA from the taillight on there, how do you explain that? Do you think Proctor just lowered himself under and started with his tweezers sticking into the car? Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
It just sucks because instead of March, now we're gonna have to wait till April, and then something tells me there's gonna be, because they just always there's always delays. But it's been so long. Come on. At least let us know a little bit more what you have. Answer if it's true about the DNA.
Well, they're pushing it back as much because, I've listened to Free Karen people. They really think the FBI is going to come in and say, dismiss these charges immediately, free that woman immediately, and arrest those cops over there.
Yeah,
save the day. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Now, you followed a lot of true crime cases. Have you ever seen the FBI just run in, dismiss murder charges on someone, and then proceed to arrest a bunch of officers just like that?
No. And if you're a target, they send you a target letter.
Yeah,
they don't just kidnap you one day and drag you in. I mean, you're a target.
And they don't just dismiss murder charges and say, oh, you know what? They were corrupt anyway. We're not going to hold this trial. You're not going to have a trial. You're free to go.
They would have raided that dumbass Sean McDonough saying that Morrissey, he was telling Blair, I think, that Morrissey's office was tapped. Yeah, they had him wiretapped.
How do you know that?
He doesn't.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's working off
Oh
of
my God.
I mean, that's the dumbest shit. They would come in and take all of their equipment. Everybody would have their phones taken, their electronics taken, or it's bullshit. I mean, they don't just investigate you on guessing.
Well, they don't just dismiss charges like the Crown, like they're like we're back in the British times where they just walk in and just supersede the state when there's like no evidence to point and just say this woman's innocent, you can go. It's like no, she's going to trial, guys. She's going to trial.
Yeah, and that judge today, I loved it when she goes, "Okay, well, write all that down for me, and meanwhile, prepare for the trial."
Yeah, there is going to be a trial. Now she might be acquitted in the trial. I mean, I can't, guilty people in my mind people have gone free, like Simpson.
Like sure have.
O.J.
He could have
Simpson.
thrown himself at the car. We don't
Casey
know.
Anthony, yeah.
I think they'll get her on manslaughter unless there is some really compelling evidence. Yes, Sean McDonough said, Ruth and Transparency had a really good timeline.
Wow, fantastic timeline.
He is an idiot.
Is he nuts?
You read his Twitter and you'll know he is nuts.
Did he watch the same Truth and Transparency lady we did?
I believe that he thinks. Yeah. Reading his Twitter and watching him on Blair. I think he was on somebody else's show too. But yeah, he is. And Melanie Little thinks he's great.
Oh my.
Listening to her, oh God.
Melanie Little, she's the attorney, right?
Well, there's a Little that's on the defense team. And then there's Melanie Little, who is a
law tuber, right?
She's like always on Court TV or, she's a pundit. She's a lawyer, yeah.
Yeah, she's from LawTube, basically, that section of YouTube.
Oh, is she?
I mean, like, that's what I call lawyers that are YouTubers, LawTube. That's basically what I call them. And lawyers that have YouTube channels are LawTubers.
She was making me so mad last night reading the documents that I had to turn her off.
That bad.
She's so bad. Attorney.
I don't know if Little's...
I couldn't find anything outstanding that she's done.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know how Karen was paying for PR? I wonder if Littles are related. If the Littles are... I don't know. Didn't she say that she had to pay like $17,000 a month or something, Karen, or something like that?
I don't know. But they do pay. I mean, what was it? Michael Long's wife or ex-wife or whoever she is. I didn't follow the case. But I do remember reading an article where she was paying for a lot of PR.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I have a question of: how the hell does Karen Reed have all this damn money? She should get like rich or something.
She got $200,000 on her GoFundMe.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and when George Zimmerman tried to do that to get a GoFundMe, they took it down. And
Oh
said,
yeah, it was
if you're charged with a crime, you can't use GoFundMe. So I guess they changed it now.
Yeah, I mean, that's all those. Like, you can also do gifts and go, or you can do stuff like that. I think usually, or you can just do a PayPal probably, but probably wouldn't go up to.
You can do a trust with your attorney.
Trust. Yeah. Mulaney subs are Galera subs. Yeah, I mean, basically they're all from the same people. I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of those people who are Free Karen Reed movement are basically an echo chamber, and they like being an echo chamber. Oh, tell us how right we are. We don't want to hear about DNA. We don't want to hear about anything that might be wrong. I thought the weird... You got
Go ahead.
No, I thought the weirdest thing was the Galera literally holding up a piece of taillight. It says, "This can't break bones." And I was like, wait a minute, isn't that attached to a 2-ton car? Of course it could break bones if you get hit with that. What are you talking about? What are we doing here?
And Morbid's over there
what's he gonna do for content? He can't there's not going to be things to report day in and day out on this. And that's where he's getting his views, because all the Turtle Boy things are coming in there.
Oh yeah, he had over 800 in there last
Yeah,
night.
he's never had that many in his chat. But anyway, that's awesome. But a lot of them are Turtle Boy supporters, and if he's not talking about that, then they're not going to be there.
Well, that's the thing. Like certain cases pull certain audiences, and it's like he tried to do another, like he tried to do Elijah and Cunningham, and he got like what 2,000 views with that. I mean, and he failed miserably reporting on those cases. Like in one case, he was like literally playing a scam, and Dietz had to tell him like, that's a scam.
Oh my gosh,
That's a scam.
I didn't watch, so I didn't see it.
Like
I hate seeing him making fun of Kevin. It really pisses me off.
Yeah, he makes fun of Kevin for some reason. Also, he made fun of Off the Cuff as well in the past. I was like, what?
But Off the Cuff, I mean, Kevin's got like 3,000 subs. You're going to punch down.
Well, the thing is, I feel like what's really fucked up is that he should invite Kevin to a debate on his channel. Or
he doesn't do well at debates.
Well, we know that. I have first-hand experience with that, man.
But you should have heard him with Dietz, Gavel Geek, and Chasing yesterday. He was so calm, and they would make good points, and he would tell them, "Oh, that's a good point." He would not do that with you, Kevin, anyone else. But he was so accommodating to, with you.
Yeah, he don't do that during his lives either.
Huh?
He don't do that during his lives either.
No, he doesn't, because it's a
different God, he's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, beyond.
I can't get that song out of my head. Instead of Baby Shark, it's Baby Gap, do baby. I swear it's driving me nuts.
He does seem to have read all the documents. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's another thing is it's like the people he's talking to were following the case. They dropped off the case following it like a month ago. I mean, like, weren't they pulling up documents from the defense like 6 months ago?
Yeah.
It's like, no, we're well past that. I mean, like, you got to start coming in now at this point. Like, I can literally pull up a news article and it just destroys like everything Turtle Boy says. Like,
well, Qwerty Dietz is pretty up on it. Gavel Geeks is kind of new to it, and Chasing hasn't followed for like a month or two, but they were pretty much up to par. Dietz mostly. But I don't know why she changed her mind. And like what would, I don't know if she changed her mind, but to even entertain that anyone in that house killed him.
That's because if you looked at the documents, all the documents are released from the defense. And if you looked at the documents,
right, but I know, I mean, you know that. If you follow cases, you know the defense is going to, and they did say carefully worded. I mean, you have to read it carefully because, I mean, how many times does the Commonwealth answer that and you go, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I just think, like, if you looked at this case 6 months ago, you probably think, well, there's something up. There's some unanswered questions I would like answered. And then, like, obviously, with the new documents, now everything's changed. And I think that's probably why people change their opinions. That happened to Kevin. Kevin was a free Karen Reed supporter. And then he saw the new documents and said, oh, shit.
Yeah, he was totally on board with somebody in the house killed him.
Yeah. Even me, I was like originally like, oh, there's something weird going on here. Let me listen to this. And then I watched a bunch of shows and stuff like that and realized, oh, well, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense that cops would drag a guy, put him in their yard with his phone while he's alive. Never made sense to me from jump.
That's true.
Makes no sense.
I mean, it doesn't make sense because it didn't happen.
Right. I mean, they wouldn't do that. They would call 911.
Yeah, like you would probably sit there. Let's say one of your party guests beat up, John O'Keefe and they knock him out. They would just call 911 and say, this drunk came into our house and attacked us.
We had a fight.
Exactly.
2 drunks had a fight. Nobody's going to go spend life in jail because
and then they say, well, he was defending himself, and I have 10 other witnesses to say he was defending himself against this drunk that came to my house.
That's so much easier.
That would have been the easiest thing to do. And then if he would have died, they would have been like, well, he attacked him and he was drunk, and then they would have probably been like, Karen Reed was drunk too. They were drunks and they came to my house and they attacked my 17-year-old son, or 17-year-old, Cullens, and he defended himself, and it was just a tragic accident, and they would probably get off. Simple as that. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen because
put him out there with his phone.
Like then they say, well, we're gonna do a simple assault case to now planned murder, and we're gonna have 30-40 people in on the plot.
And it worked out so well that she came along and had the broken tail light, and
it just fit like a puzzle.
Just fit perfectly.
Like, let's be real. Like the whole thing is cockamamie. It's a cockamamie law. Let me see. And I might have said I didn't. Let me see. Plus, if they were to dump a body, why in front of the house and not in a neighbor's? Yeah, like, why would you dump a car? Like,
well, it was between. Everybody kept saying, and it drove me nuts, that it was in the yard. It was in between, behind trees. That microdots completely left off where that line of trees is. So from the kitchen window or the door, no one would have seen him.
I mean, all that video was missing from microdocs is the American flag in the background of Turtle Boy, and it would have been the perfect problem.
Yeah.
Like they had
would have been.
I mean, they had the placement of John in the wrong area. He was in between the fire hydrant and the flagpole. He was closer. He was almost like on, in the other yard. He didn't have trees up. The snow was like in the video, like not even like an inch high. So it's like, well, how could you not see it if he passed by? And it's like, oh my God.
Well, what they're going to show is the first cop driving up his dash cam, and it's going to show exactly what it looked like. And that first
and if there was all that movement, there would have been so much disturbance in the snow. I mean, you would have seen something, as far as like tracks and blood, and there would be.
Well, he explains that this is the brilliant concept that fucking Turtle Boy states, that they put him in the car and they put him in the car and drove him right in front of the yard and dumped him from the back of the car into that area.
Okay. So then they.
But there still would have to be. They have to carry him. You're heavy. Everybody's been drinking. There's still going to be sets of footprints to get him out there.
Yeah, I mean that just defeats logic and reason because it makes
the
no
blood
sense.
was all right there where he was.
Well, also a black straw, and that's like I haven't seen it. I've seen Kevin state this, that there was also a black straw found there.
Right,
that,
there was.
Goes into a drink. So why would the people, why would the people like not only remove one of his shoes while putting them back there, but put a black straw there and broken cocktail glass? Like, I'd be like, wow, that's pretty intricate details for a car accident situation.
And you would have to believe that he got out of the car with his drink, right? Goes in. I don't know. I knew an alcoholic that slid in the snow and saved his beer the whole way down the driveway, but. So he goes in with his cocktail glass. They beat the crap out of him. He's still holding it. And they put him in the car. He's still holding his glass. Take him out there. Put him, whatever they do. And he never dropped that cocktail.
I mean, you would think that he would use the cocktail glass as a weapon against the dog.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Like, that would be a good time to use the glass to hit someone with it and cut them up. But no, he just basically holds it and makes sure that his drink doesn't drop.
Not only did he get beat up, but he also got attacked by the dog, and he still never spilled a drop.
Never spilled a drop while he's being attacked by the dog and like two people as well. He's just fighting these. What the fuck's wrong with these people?
Yeah.
Like, it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous at this. It's like a joke. If it wasn't like about a murder trial, I would be like, this is a skit. Because it's so ludicrous, anyone would believe this at this point.
Like, I know.
I mean, like, look at. Did you see that the Twitter video? Anyway, I put in the back.
I can't because I'm on my phone. I mean, I can watch it, but it'll kick me out.
Yeah, but like the Twitter video, if you want to play that.
Oh,
the guy,
that is the guy I was talking about. Hold on.
Yeah, he plays that video, and just listen to that and tell me that like it's kind of funny. I think he's like pretending to be the glare in his skit a little bit on the side.
Okay, hold on. I'll put it up.
Because I definitely don't think it's Turner Boy.
Oh crap! Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
Yeah, I hear you, Gordy. I couldn't. His antics are just not my cup of tea. Not the kind of person I would ever go to for any real info or want to be around.
The guy has a history of. I was reading a Reddit comment. I read it from an old thing, and the reason why he was let go of his job, it's claiming in the Reddit, was because he was at a game and he was harassing a female student from the game, and it was inappropriate. What it was, I'm not going to go into details. It was inappropriate, and then they both decided, the person from the school, the person that runs the school, and him decided to leave. The guy has a history of doing like that, being a menace. I mean, at one point, he stands in front of a school and starts screaming, "Sex goblin." Harassing people. The guy has a huge history of.
Yeah, I was doing some digging into him, and there was this blog that was Massel Mafia or Troll Mafia had a link to, but now I can't find it. But and the blog was very detailed in some of the stuff that he's done.
Yeah.
Previously, I was blown away. I was like, wow, no wonder he's gotten away with it.
Yeah. Oh, here's the. I even read the.
Okay, I can't. Okay, here we go.
Federal investigation has been released. Free Karen Reed! Oh. Looks like Colin Albert did leave the house when he said he did before everyone got there, and there's cell data and witnesses to back it up. What do you mean? Scanlon, the whistleblower, never said any of that.
And colleague of Brian Albert's called me on February 2nd, 2022, only hours after my client was arraigned, and named Brian Albert and his nephew Colin Albert as potential suspects.
Can I ask you, how did you know Colin Albert was in the house? How did you know Colin Albert was in the house?
Probably through you. I don't know Colin Albert.
Or was that in the story?
He doesn't even know who Colin Albert is.
Oh,
I have no idea. I don't even know. I didn't know the other guy. I don't even know. No, if someone's giving you a little, I don't know, your information is now going off track a little bit.
Well, I'm a sucker.
No firsthand knowledge. There's no indication of any type of evidence tampering. Well, there's obviously an explanation for that. Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold in the morning when the body was found. Those were definitely not dog bites. What? And Karen Reed never drove by the library on the way back. And the defense has known this from her cell phone data ever since the get. He was absolutely not bitten. What? John O'Keefe never entered the home. No. Trooper Proctor, no grounds for indictment. Shut your filthy mouth! So it looks like there's only one explanation for this. She's guilty. The feds are in on it!
And that's calling out.
That guy was on
Kevin's show, right?
Cyber. Remember, he was on that Cyber Sleuth.
Yeah, you're right. In my mind, that's B10. Nuclear having it.
Yeah, that's your debate.
That's pretty much the reenactment of the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a conspiracy. That was his explanation for everything.
And he got so flustered and wouldn't go get nothing or show nothing. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to end it.
All right. Good talk.
All right, dear.
You have a good one. Bye.
Thank you.
See you later, BTM. Bye, Hills.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.